books, and so um,
Good evening. I would like to call to order the Keizer City Council in regular session. It is Monday, November 18th, 2024, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Reed?
Here.
Councilor Kohler?
Here.
Mayor Clark?
Here.
Council President Starr?
Here.
Councilor Duran?
Here.
Councilor Cross?
Here.
Youth Councilor Laddie Farrar? Here.
Thank you very much. If you are able, I invite you to rise and all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so much. It is my pleasure at this time to lead off with special orders of business. And tonight we are going to be issuing a proclamation for Native American Heritage Month. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce the chairwoman of the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Dee Pigsley.
Thank you. It's always an honor to be here and to receive the proclamation. And I just want to let everyone know our tribe celebrated 47 years of being federally recognized once again. Congress terminated our tribe in 1954. We were told, you're no longer Indians, you need to go out there and do what every American does. And it didn't work. And so the tribe worked very hard to gain federal recognition back, and we finally did. And so we had a big celebration at the coast, well, all of last week, actually. But just a little bit of history. Our first treaty with the United States government was in 1953, and it was on the Table Rock Reserve down by Medford, and I don't know if you know where the Table Rocks are. And that was the beginning of the Confederation. The good news is we just bought the Table Rocks, the mountaintop where our treaty was signed. And so we're proud owners to actually own where we began and where our tribe began. But we have a kind of ugly history. We were forced by war with people looking for gold in the military. And our second treaty was signed in 1854 down the Rogue River. And we go there once a year and remind our members where we came from. And then the next treaty was signed in 1855, which gave us the Coast Reservation, which was originally about 20 million acres. It was from Washington to California. And in the process, we actually got a 1 million acre reservation that was created for us after the first one was not ratified. And so we're on the coast. The treaties involved many tribes, and some of the names you'll recognize. And that would be the Tillamook's, the Kalapuyas, the Yaquinas, the Alsea, Siuslaw, Yankala, Molalla, Millik, Tututni, and Chutko. So there are more than 50 bands and tribes in our confederation, and we share some of the same tribes with the Grand Round tribe over in Grand Round. Our treaty in 1853 was the very first one this side of the Rocky Mountains, and we cherish what we have today. It's been a long, tough road trying to buy land back and trying to regain what we once lost. But we're appreciative for the knowledge and the land and the kind relationship that we share with you and working on the Chamala Station and all the things that we do. It's not been an easy road, but it's been a fun one. And you guys, all of you have been part of it, and we very much appreciate it. And because our history is so long, I brought a couple books to share with you. It's called The People Are Dancing Again, and it was written by Charles Wilkinson, who was one of our lawyers back in the day. He was all of our lawyers were unpaid lawyers because we didn't have any money. But I'll leave these two books and you can share them if you want to read them. And I thank you for inviting me here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. proclamation and present a copy to Chairwoman Keizer to take to the tribal council and the members of the Confederated Tribes of Select Indians. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the lands in the Willamette Valley on which the people of the city of Keizer reside are acknowledged as the historic home of the... How about I turn the microphone on? I'm going to start it again at the top. Whereas the lands in the Willamette Valley on which the people of the city of Keizer reside are acknowledged as the historic home of the Kalapuya, ancestors of the members of both the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. And whereas many acts of injustice, broken treaties, and laws for exclusion of Native Americans have occurred since non-Native peoples came into these lands. And whereas we need to remember that tragic history and continue to commit ourselves to a just and equitable future for all of our residents. And whereas the many cultural and ethnic communities now living in the city of Keizer and the Willamette Valley benefit from knowing and celebrating the heritage, traditions, and accomplishments of Native Americans. And whereas the city of Keizer wishes to continue to acknowledge and honor all Native American tribal nations and their ancestors. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Clark, Mayor of the City of Keizer, together with the Keizer City Council assembled in regular session, do hereby proclaim November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month. Do you have other people here from the tribe who would like to?
I don't know, I have so many people.
We'd love to invite tribal members to come up for a picture as well. Are there tribal members who would like to join us for a photograph, but would invite you up? And thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Continuing on with our special orders of business, it's my pleasure now to issue the proclamation regarding Small Business Saturday. With us today is Corey Filardo from the Keizer Chamber of Commerce. Is Jeremy here too? He sure is. All right, and the president of the Chamber of Commerce Board, Jeremy Turner. So if you want to talk about... Folks. Keep it down. Yeah. All right.
Keep calling me out.
Like you could be anonymous, come on. It's a small town.
Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Corey Filardo. I'm the executive director at the Keizer Chamber of Commerce, and I live in Keizer and work here, and yeah.
And I'm Jeremy Turner. I'm the president of the Keizer Chamber of Commerce, and I live in Keizer as well.
We are super grateful for the opportunity to be here today. The only thing that lays on my mind this time of year is how we can support business owners in Keizer get through the holidays and have a good time with their families too. So one thing I want to leave with everybody today is that when you shop or use a local small business, you aren't just supporting the business, you're buying food and groceries for their home, you're buying school supplies for their children, and allowing them to thrive in the community, which is super important for all of us because having a robust economic stance in our city is super important, and we're just really grateful to be able to provide the support for small business and shop local in our own community.
Yes. I mean, key indicator is just all the support that we have with the holiday events that we have coming up, the support from the Turkey Dash Run to the Giving Basket program that we do. We couldn't do it without the support of the businesses here in Keizer, and also the city, as well as the police and fire for all of their support as well for our events.
Well, thank you for all that you do, the board and members of the Chamber of Commerce for helping us establish a strong local economic base that continues to grow and thrive. I've lost count of how many ribbon cuttings I've been to over the last 2 or 3 months. You might be keeping a tally, but it's been amazing and very encouraging to watch local businesses come together, open, support each other, and thrive. So thank you for all you are doing. What I'd like to do now is issue the proclamation for Small Business Saturday. Whereas Small Business Saturday, established by American Express in 2010 and co-sponsored by the U.S. Small Business Administration since 2011, was created to show financial support for small businesses in our communities. And whereas the City of Keizer celebrates and supports our small businesses and the significant contributions they make to diversify and strengthen local economic opportunities and prosperity. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 34.7 million small businesses in the United States, which represent 99.7% of all firms with paid employees, and are responsible for 65.3% of net new jobs created since 1995, and employ 45.9% of the private sector employees in the United States. And whereas we, as consumers and community members, understand the importance of supporting our small businesses on Small Business Saturday by encouraging others to shop small, independently owned retailers, and that this day makes us want to shop small all year long. And whereas local small businesses provide critical and reliable resources for goods and services that our community needs in order to be financially sound, more resilient, less reliant on vulnerable supply chains, and more on the cutting edge of innovation and technological advancement. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Clark, Mayor of the City of Keizer, together with the Keizer City Council assembled in regular session, do hereby proclaim November 30th, 2024 as Small Business Saturday, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. And I'll present this to the chamber, and you can display it proudly at your offices. Small Business Saturday.
I'd also like to ask if you're a small business owner and a member of the Keizer Chamber, if you could join us for the picture. That would be fantastic.
Come on down.
Small business owners, members of the Keizer Chamber, if you want to come join us for the picture. Kyle, Sarita.
I'll just sit up here and eat my candy. Okay.
Small Business Saturday. And finally tonight, wrapping up special orders of business, one of the things that we like to do in our community is make sure that we take time to say thank you. And we do that through our Volunteer of the Quarter awards. These are awards that are made by your nomination. It is your letters through our Volunteer Coordinating Committee that bring our attention to what's going on in our community. While we do feel like a small town, oftentimes we also realize how big we are at 40,000 people. And there are things that we might not notice unless somebody says something. And I am so glad that the West Keizer Neighborhood Association decided to say something about Carol Phipps. And I want to invite up Rhonda Rich to introduce our honoree this evening, and whoever also is coming with you. Carolyn, there we go.
Good evening, Mayor. Is this on?
Is the light on?
There, okay. Mayor and City Council and staff, I'm pleased to, we have nominated Carol Phipps, board member of the Neighborhood Association for Volunteer of the Quarter. And she not only does a lot for our neighborhood association, she's been on the board for 6 years and was vice president for 3 years. She has contributed to the community by working at Willamette Manor Park, organizing 2 work parties. And this happened actually in 2023. I'm a little behind on getting the nomination out, but we finally did it. But what she did was organize work parties for the hillside next to the play structure because it was a big erosion problem. Mud just washed down onto the pathway and some beautification to it too. So she organized work parties. The people who helped out too were her husband Dennis, Carolyn and Tom Homan, myself, Kathy Lincoln, and Carrie Blake. And so I just want to thank her for the work she's done and encourage other people to do things in their parks and any place in the neighborhoods to beautify and help us out. And so, did you want to mention anything else?
I think it's on? Yeah. She not only organized everything, she wrote the grant, she got the materials, she she stored all the plants in her backyard, she's watered, they used their own water for the first year, and now she's got the key to the fountain, I guess, so she can use somebody else's water, but to keep everything alive. So, and then she beautifies Cummings School as well. She's cleaned up and she takes care of the reader board planter and the pots in front of the front door. So, and I know she also does things with her neighbors. She has a neighbor who's not too well and she checks in with her almost every day. So she's a good neighbor.
I want to also mention she initiated the QR code on our food barrels, so people can just go to the QR code and donate. And we have 3 food barrels, and she and her husband Dennis faithfully pick up about every week at these food barrels, which amounts to about 3,000 pounds in the last couple of years per year, and about $500 cash. So it contributes to the food bank. So just thank you, Carol.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the nomination, and thank you, Carol, and family and friends that work together. This is what neighbors are all about, and it is my pleasure to award Carol Phipps the Volunteer of the Quarter for 3rd quarter 2024. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carol, for all that you do. We really appreciate it. Carol Phipps, everybody. All right. We are now going to go to committee reports. I don't have anybody signed to give a committee report, or if you did, it got in my pile here. So Matt Lawyer, thank you for raising your hand. And if you're here to give a committee report, you'll just have to wave at me.
Well, this is a genuine pleasure to have such a large audience to hear this. Thank you all for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah.
This is going to be super exciting. I'm Matt Lawyer, the planning chair, Keizer resident. We met last week to go over a couple items. The first was an action item to consider recommendation to council to change some of the planning commission rules. Substantively, we're looking at combining all of the rules into one set of rules, making our processes consistent with what the city council does in terms of the public hearings and the timeframes for speaking, et cetera, and so on. And then we're actually also recommending elimination of the, what happened?
The camera is being funky. There we go. Just for you, Matt.
The camera thinks it's funnier. I'm going to win. So we're also recommending eliminating the the 2 3-year term limit for planning commissioners. And former city councilor and planning commissioner Bruce Anderson came in and talked about that and kind of the historical perspective of why that may have occurred. And the unanimous kind of response I received from former planning commissioners that termed out was they would have really liked to continue doing the work, but the existing rule in the planning commission rules did not allow that. And we couldn't find anything in statute or anywhere else that said we had to have a term limit for planning commissions. So that's the one that I'd really like to call your attention to, because it is a departure from ways of doing things in the past. But one of the things we did hold up was about the number of people in a similar job type, and statute allows for 2 of those to occur. And I'm not going to go into the details on that because we got into a puppet maker versus the puppet. I'm not really sure how that all boils down, but ultimately we decided that we wanted to keep that in play so they're not stacking the planning commission with too many people in areas of their professional lives. And so there was a lot of really good discussion on that, and we're thankful for the work that the city attorney brought forward. I know Shane was really, really excited about that and did a great job presenting it to us, and I think it was a very well-received conversation. So I'm going to pause there for a second. If there's any questions, if you want to hear any additional insight on that piece, and then I'll pivot over to our really fun topic.
Any questions so far? Please
Oh,
proceed.
okay. So the second piece was something you'll actually hear about tonight. It's on the FEMA BIOP, which is basically an update to the floodplain. And what we're looking at is a pre-implementation compliance measure. The National Marine Fisheries Service issued a BIOP on the National Flood Insurance Program, the NFIP. Currently, FEMA is being sued, and the lawsuit is still underway pending the completion of environmental impact statement. But ultimately, FEMA has said there is going to be some additional criteria that is coming. And as a city, we need to plan for what's considered a no net loss, which is actually not a horrible thing. It could be worse, where we have 0 impact. And so a no net loss gives us the opportunity to actually mitigate and create plans to ensure that we're being responsive to the BIOP. FEMA's no net loss policy requires that any development in a floodplain must avoid or mitigate negative impacts to 3 key functions: flood storage, water quality, and riparian vegetation. This means any negative impact must be offset by mitigation efforts within the same watershed, reach, or on site. FEMA is implementing this policy through the National NFIP, or National Flood Insurance Program, in partnership with local communities. So essentially, they gave us 3 pre-implementation opportunities, or pick'ems, and this is not college football pick'ems, this is a different pick'em, that we actually have to put in place by December 1st. And basically it required, we could either adopt a model ordinance that requires mitigation to a no net loss standard. That would require a habitat assessment and mitigation plan for each development permit, so kind of a permit by permit look, or we could effectively create a moratorium and stop any development in the special floodplain area. So FEMA is relying on local governments to implement the new standards, as I mentioned, because the federal agency is unable to make the land use laws. And really, as I mentioned, we have the 3 options. We could do the moratorium, we could go through a whole bunch of legal complicated language to bring the model code in, which we actually couldn't even implement until such time as the environmental impact statement is complete. So we'd still be stuck doing the permit by permit, or we can just go ahead and go with the permit by permit process. The reality is the risk is fairly small here in Keizer. The geographical location is quite minimal. Most of the area is already developed. It does present a little bit of challenges. So if somebody changes the use or they come in for something that requires a permit, it could trigger that need for the permit by permit look. We did, as a planning commission, come up with the consensus that going with the permit by permit makes the most sense in terms of the ease, and I say that with air quotes to a degree. We also recommended determining whether or not looking at text amendments in the code right now makes sense or not. And then one of the big things that we found in the discussion is that because this permit by permit does require some specialty, we just don't have, we may not have the staff in Keizer to be able to do this because it's fairly technical work, working through the specificity of the biological opinion. So that's all great things that I think Shane and Public Works and the city attorney and Mr. Brown obviously will be looking through to kind of determine what that really looks like. But again, I think it's super important to point out that it does feel kind of scary, but it's a small area. As I mentioned, it is mostly developed right now. But the big takeaway from this in the Planning Commission was it is still, I think, a very good idea to reach out to those potential impacted homeowners and just be able to have a conversation with them. I don't know if we do that during a work session at the Planning Commission or how you all want to do that, but just to kind of really let them know that this does feel kind of scary because it is big government coming down saying you shall, but regardless of what our feelings on it are, unless they're going to change the use on the property, chances are there's never going to see an impact on this. So I think that's it. I mean, this is kind of where we're at for now. It's a wait and see, which doesn't feel super great, but I think Shane and City Council did a or City Attorney, not Johnson, that's Mr. Lindsay, did a very, very good job of describing kind of where we're at. And they're definitely keeping an eye on the ball to make sure that we're staying up to date with the most information. But the permit by permit does seem like the most logical way. Highly recommend considering some conversation with those potentially impacted landowners. And just a really big shout out to the Planning Commission and those guys for putting this together. It's a complex thing.
Thank you very much. We will be taking up this particular issue. It is item 8D on the agenda, and that's when we will be deliberating on next steps. So really appreciate the tee up on that. And I don't know if you can stay around for that part of the agenda, that conversation, so we can do that all together under the one agenda item. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Neighborhood associations, we've got Chris Adams reporting on the Cummings Neighborhood Association, was Keizer, or is it Cummings Family Council?
It's the neighborhood, Cummings Neighborhood Family Council.
Come on up.
It's in support of the library.
Oh, well, we're doing those separately, so let's press pause. So, I see. I'm gonna put you with the library group then. So what we're gonna do, if you're doing library, we're going to have all of you together. So we're going to do, there's a few people who are going to testify right now on things other than the library, and then we'll do everything together for the library, acknowledge written comment, and take your comments. I have them in a separate pile, and we'll give everybody their time to share their thoughts, okay? So, yeah, if you want to talk briefly about family council, but I'll put you into the queue for the library. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Well, thank you, Mayor Clark, and all you councilor members. I'm the newly appointed chair for the newly formed Cummings Neighborhood Family Council. We are fortunate to work with a school that has a principal that is unbelievable, invested in those children like crazy. They have great programs, reading programs, things for, like I have a teacher whose specialty is behavioral issues. And this family council, we get $1,000 a month to put on, like say, we want to put on a health fair, mental health fair coming in January. That's what we're going to kind of work towards. We can do events, we can reach out to the children, the families, and try to work on issues like attendance, which is a very major problem at Cummings. And so we're going to work on things with them, what they need to do their programs. We can offer money, we can offer toys, if that's what they're going to give out to the kids. Like recently, I gave a huge box of Hot Wheels for one of their programs, and of course, the kids love them. But anyway, it's going to be a great service to the Cummings area, and I'm really looking forward to seeing us actually take off and do our events. Thank you very much. Oh, and I forgot to say, I'm Chris Adams, and I live in Keizer for 60 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Very exciting to have another neighborhood family council here in Keizer. We have one at Kennedy as well. Since we are talking about, is there anybody else here for a committee report? Committees and commissions, seeing none. Ms. Kunz, did you want to talk about a update for the Greater Northeast Keizer Neighbors Association, or is it related to another agenda item?
Combination of both.
Okay, so if there's a report on the Neighbors Association, you want to do that now, and then we can go to the agenda items? Because we're going to slide from here into the public comment.
I'll wait for public comment.
All right, thank you much. And then that is it for committee reports, so let's go to public comment. This time is provided for citizens to address the council on any matters other than those on the agenda scheduled for public hearing. We have no public hearing scheduled for this evening. So I want to, before we go to spoken comment, and again, if you're library, just stand by. We will get you all at the same time. But I do want to acknowledge 3 letters for the record. This is Avery William, a resident of Keizer, policy for PERS, council ethics policy and support for Tammy Kunz. Beverly Davis, resident of Keizer, city council concerns. And Jane Herb, a resident of Keizer, on fluoride removal. So those 3 have written testimony. And I would like to ask city council if, well, on the 3rd one, on the fluoride issue, is it the desire of council for staff to just come back with an update and information regarding that, having to do some due diligence to be able to bring everybody up to speed on that? You have, oh, okay. Were you going to bring it up under other business?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I did receive a communication from Councilor Duran with the support of 2 councilors to put it on the agenda for December, is it 2nd or 5th?
Okay.
The first meeting in December.
And I might suggest that since this was covered, some of us will remember back in 2010, I have some of the materials that we were presented with at that point, and they should be readily available in our archival materials to go back and be able to maybe reference some of the testimony information that we got at that time when we had the same issue brought up. So I will leave this with you. I want it back, but to use as some reference. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So the written comment is entered into the record. We will then go to public comment spoken, and I'll go to then for Ms. Kunz, and then we'll go, actually, Tammy, could you stand by, because I got a request from Ms. Filardo. She needs to get home because this is school night, and if we could give her some courtesy, let her go first to talk about Keizer holiday. Okay.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come back. Again, I'm Corey Filardo, and I live and work in Keizer. And I appreciate you allowing me to go first. I have to go home and actually be a mom, the hard job. I'm here tonight again to talk about the holiday happenings in Keizer. We are fortunate enough to bring back the Turkey Dash again this year. We have a great run club. Salem Run Club is putting together the Turkey Dash for us this year. It's going to be on Thanksgiving morning. Registration starts at 7:30 a.m. on site. You can register online at keizerchamber.com/events. Just look for the Turkey Dash and click register. It's $40 for an adult with shirt and breakfast. It's $25 for a child with shirt and breakfast. There's also a no shirt option. And from 7:45 to 8 a.m., we'll be having a free 1K run for children age 0 to 11. 12 and older can register to run for the normal 5K. I know you'll be out there, right? No? Okay. I didn't think so. Then we have the Keizer Hometown Christmas Tree Lighting, December 3rd at Wallery Plaza. And thank you to the City of Keizer, Keizer Fire District, and Valor Mentoring for supporting that event. And Santa will be arriving promptly at 6:45 p.m. thanks to the awesome Keizer Fire District. Again, that's at Wallery Plaza. There's free cookies and cocoa and pictures with Santa afterwards. And we do some caroling with the McNary High School Honor Choir as well. Then, something that's been going on since the start of October is our Holiday Giving Basket program. This is the program that we reach out to all of the Keizer schools, along with Soaring Heights Recovery Home, Barbara Roberts, Early College at Wainema, and the Downtown Learning Center. Those children who attend those alternative schools that live in Keizer still get served through this program. We work with the CSOCs and counselors and principals to receive information about families and children that might just need a little extra support during the Christmas season. This year we've partnered with the Keizer Elks Lodge to support the food boxes for this program. Typically we've done food boxes and gifts for the kiddos all together, and this year we want to bring in more partners to this program, so we've linked up with the Elks, and they're going to take care of the food, and we're going to take care of the gifts for the kiddos. I'd invite you to come and be a part of the wrapping of the gifts at Santa Central on December 12th. Our new Santa Central location is at Lake Point Community Church, which is promptly located in South Keizer on Broadway Street, across from WaFd Bank. Formerly known as the Old Safe Building, if you will. There's about 20,000 square feet that we can utilize, and we are just super blessed by them. You don't have to wrap presents like this year when you come to wrap. And wrapping will be on December 12th, and it starts at 4:30 p.m., and we'll wrap gifts until we're finished. Last year, we wrapped about 1,100 gifts, and we were finished in record time by 9 p.m., so you can go home and you won't be a pumpkin. And then on December 14th, we have the Holiday Lights Parade. The theme this year is Hometown Christmas, and we'd love to invite everybody out to watch. There's watch parties going on at several locations on River Road. Our counselor Duran will have a party at Remodeling by Classic Homes, and by party, I mean there'll be food and cocoa offered there by Bridgeway Recovery Services. The food from Bridgeway is free, which is awesome. So sit by Remodeling by Classic Homes and you'll get some free food that night. There are other food trucks located around the route, and then free cookies and cocoa at other businesses. Please watch for the map in the Keizer Times and on our website and Facebook social media pages. And did I get it all? Oh, one other thing about the Holiday Giving Basket program is you can go to, there's about 15 businesses in Keizer that you can go to find gift tags for kids. All-Star Bar and Grill, to name a couple, Mirage Optics Eyewear, Lake Point Community Church, Courthouse Athletic Club, St. Edward's Church. These are all businesses and members that have stepped up and put a tree in their place of business and hung our tags, and you can go and take a tag and go shopping for it, and you'll return the tag and the gift back to the place you took it, unwrapped with the tag attached. Otherwise, I get to have an early Christmas and unwrap all those gifts you wrap. So we just encourage you to participate and be present for all the holiday events in Keizer. And that's all that we have going on. Any questions?
That's all. Yeah, there's an understatement indeed. Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Flardo? Counselor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Filardo. I understand that there was a church in the neighborhood that you gave 300 tags to, and they're all filled already?
We gave 150 tags to St. Edward's Catholic Church, and they're all filled.
So I just want to say kudos for St. Edward.
Yeah,
for doing
100%.
that
They
so
are
quickly
rocking it
this year.
Yeah. We still have some room for families. So I did announce earlier today at Keizer United, if you are aware of a family that's come to Keizer and maybe they have children that are not in elementary, junior high, or high school, or Head Start and could benefit from our program, maybe they have 2 kiddos under the age of 5, and they need some support, give us a call at the chamber and we'll take their information and serve them. As long as they're in Keizer, we just want to love on them and make sure they have everything they need for Christmas.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me go first. I
All
really
right.
appreciate it.
All right, tell Ricky Hay for us. Okay, so we've got a few people signed up under general public comment, so we'll start with Tammy Kunz, and then we'll go to 2 folks who are going to talk on Soaring Heights Recovery Home.
Tammy Kunz, Keizer, Oregon. Yeah, you're old.
Jacqueline Green, Keizer, Oregon.
Okay. I don't know what this is. Oh, now I gotta switch glasses. Un momento. All right, to whom it may concern, I've been a resident of Keizer for 11 years. I have family that PERS is going to effect and affect in how they live. I was wondering if we could explain why PERS is not a policy. I would like to see this put in place. My family has served Keizer for a number of years, and I know our former police chief, John Teague, has served us well. With this said, we want to ensure our police force is protected with PERS, our city staff is protected with the PERS. So unless those of you who can't set a simple policy want to spend the money on something other than what we should be doing, for the families who have earned it in another place, at least have the courage to say, no, we don't care about you, let's spend it on something like the UBG or whatever else it's gonna be spent on. This was just an example. I feel hurt, and I don't wanna take any of my feelings out on those who have been serving the community for a number of years. This is where our Community Diversity Engagement Committee process is lacking a little. Tammy's been working with us for several times, talking with us, asking a question, seeing what our needs are and what we can do better. Here it is. Listen, 2 ears. We have to stop talking about taking away freedoms and making the choices. If you don't like what we have to say, it falls on you to make those changes. Here's a simple example. My daughter had homework to watch our local government in action. Since the last meeting was past her bedtime, we watched, like Tammy said, it made a difference to her. But my 11-year-old mind, why are they all so mad? Why can't they get along? Why can't they just say you hate me or punch them in the face and move on? This led to a conversation a parent shouldn't have. So the lady who ended up in line, she ended up in line, and she said, At the end of the line, Tammy said her name is Laura. On the other side, the lady she likes is Miss Cross, stood up for those people who are fighting against her. Tammy's made such a huge impact on my family. You should be a little nicer to her. It hurts to have my child see the hate from one another and for you not to be helping Keizer. I understand you may not always agree, but Shani, you're appointed to the right person. Oh, you appointed the right person. She works hard for your community. We ask why you use process to attack her while minutes later asking for another past event who now doesn't have that process. Values matter. You should take a look if you don't like this. Now for the matter of Jessica, she's 11. You're shaping her mind, her values, her choices to join in government, which she really loves. Please look inward and go back to the person who's fighting for us. Now for the community diversity engagement process. I would like this process choosing, but only if you're truly in the middle of the right or left and fighting for all of Keizer. Tammy is very good at this point, and most of the chosen should be what they're fighting for. We have missed seeing a youth member on at this point, but we ask you to look at the team that's in place and keep it. As a positive change, it can work. Just like planning, we should be able to keep the work you're doing.
Was that 5 minutes? Tim? Was that 5 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, probably.
So that would be,
I will just give this to Melissa,
okay.
because
And then the name of the writer is,
Donald Williams, resident of Keizer for 11 years.
okay. Thank you very much. So, did Jacqueline have someone? Okay. And then that will be
Getting mine
the full 10 minutes, the full 5 minutes is all we can do.
To whom it may concern, my name is Pamela Marin. I live in the new section of an area covered by Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association. The first thing is thank you to Tammy Kent and Jacqueline Green for seeing us. It was the first time since I can remember we got a voice. Love what you ladies are standing for, fighting for our needs in this part of Keizer. We are struggling right now. I don't even have cable or internet. So when you bring this packet, it really helps. My phone is a free phone, so I don't have all the bells and whistles like most. Now for the reason I write to you. Here's some information about paying into the Oregon Public Employees Retirement Funds, PERS, and the benefits that PER members receive. Employers' contributions. Employers pay contributing to PERS to cover the cost for the employees' futures retirement benefits. The amount is based on the contribute rate percentage multiplied by the salary of qualifying employees. Employers can pay into PERS using automatic clearinghouse, ACH, debit or credit. This is something that is very important to my in-laws. I ask you to look at policies to make sure families can count on being taken care of. They both worked for Oregon, one for 16 years and one for 27 years, and money is earned and is not handed out. This should have not be seen as something we can take from our families and use for another item for personal agendas. This is our lives and our present represents us, not ourselves. The second topic is voices of abused women and families. It has been part of CASA for a number of years, so I don't understand the process. Does not make any sense to me. Abuse, no matter the age, matters, as you should know. And if you cannot let one letter come into play, you will receive many. I am also in this work, and when one of the ladies I work with shared how you came at and attacked, learned or processed because you don't like what said, change it. We have the power. Perception is important. How we see or hear makes a difference, and tones used make a difference. Please allow our voice to be heard and use these words to look at as a guide. Victim, survivor. The word victim is used by members of law enforcement and within the context of courtroom proceedings. But many of our organizations, survivors speaks the sense of empowerment. Our coordinated response aims to encourage in the people we serve. This is part of our work. Age should not come in here. Protection should. Please stop trying to change how we feel. Hear us change it as you hold the power. So right across, thank you. I met you once at an event and your smile lights up the room. Thank you for showing up. Please help be the peacemaker of this council. I see how they look up to you. Maybe I cannot ask this, but you have pull. Use it to bring the council together, and thank you for supporting my leader and president of the Neighborhood Association, Tammy Kunz. Laura, I'm sad to have you go. I hope the person who gets your seat is a uniter and not a destroyer. But I have asked Tammy to run, and she finally said yes. Hopefully she wins and can help unite the divided. I want to thank you for all your service and support to our Keizer community and to Keizer as a whole. I have to go back to work now. Lunch is over. I will give this letter to Tammy and Jacqueline to be read so I can have her voice, and no one can take it away.
Right, thank you.
You got to read the name.
Pamela Marine.
So it sounds like you've got several letters, and if we can get them to Melissa to put into the record. I do want to, because I hear something on PERS, I want to make something really, really clear. The conversation that we've had regarding PERS has not been whether or not employees are going to receive those benefits. That is statutory, that will happen. And we will not do anything that would compromise that in any way, shape, or form. A, we can't, and B, we wouldn't. The conversation at the last couple of council meetings has been on how to address it in terms of the money that the city has to continue to provide and how we are going to provide for that through our city funds. But the people will receive their PERS. So I really want to reassure folks on that. So you have several more letters, so if you could get them to Ms. Bissett. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Kunz or Ms. Green? All right, thank you so much, and thank you for helping people use their voice in the public process. I appreciate that. Okay, we have two people who would like to talk about Soaring Heights Recovery Home. We've got Mark Jones and Janet Jones. So you can come up together. You both signed up, so you both get time. If you just state your name and your city of residence for the record, and then one of you will start.
I guess it's me. My name is Janet Jones.
Make sure, if you can pull the microphone close, we are telecast.
Okay, there we go. How's that?
Is it on, is red light on?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Janet Jones, and I live at 723 Linda Avenue Northeast. Home is where you live. It's also the place where you feel the most comfortable, loved, and protected. Right now, I feel safe in my home, and we have lived there for over 8 years, the longest I have ever lived anywhere. I'm 68, do the math. My home is a sacred place to me, my husband, and our family, which includes 14 grandchildren. Coming to Grammy and Poppy's house creates precious memories for those children, and all the children, grown-ups and youngsters alike, know that our home is a safe haven for them. We recently found out that a transitional housing facility run by Soaring Heights Recovery Homes will possibly be opening on our street at 663 Linda Avenue. A facility about which one neighbor was informed will house 6 men for 6 to 12 months each. They'll be there for drug rehab, some of whom may have been homeless or may be on medicated assistance for their addiction. This is per the Soaring Heights website. I understand that there is no live-in supervision provided by Soaring Heights. May I repeat, 6 men with severe enough drug issues that they need to be in rehab moved onto our quiet, peaceful, safe street with no live-in supervision. According to AmericanAddictionCenters.org, an estimated 40 to 60% of individuals will relapse during recovery for drug and alcohol treatment. Averaging that to 50% means that we could have 3 actively using addicts living in between homes, one of which has a 2-year-old boy and the other has an 11-year-old girl. In the most recent Marion County Commissioner's newsletter dated October of 2024, our community became less safe due to those with a substance abuse disorder who resorted to theft, burglary, and other property crimes to fund their disorder. If this facility is allowed to go forward on our street, the peace and safety I mentioned will be eliminated. My husband and I canvassed the neighborhood a week ago to share information about this. Only 2 people on our street had been informed by Soaring Heights about it, and they were very upset to learn about the prospect of this happening. Every single person we talked to was shocked and wants to keep the safety of our neighborhood intact. Not one person said they want this rehab center to be moved in. They are all strongly against it and feel that Linda Avenue is not the place for this type of facility. Our population includes elderly, young families, middle-aged, and some individuals with disabilities who do not have the capacity to deal with the stress of having unsupervised men living in a rehab facility on our street. Another neighbor distributed a petition on which 17 of our 24 available neighbors signed to protest this from happening. We love Keizer, or we wouldn't have chosen to live here. I work in a small, locally owned business. We patronize the Keizer Library, and I volunteered there. We pay property taxes in Keizer, and we support the community. We are all invested in our community. Mayor Clark, you said earlier this evening about Carol Phipps' activities and involvement. That's what neighbors are all about. Someone who lives in a facility such as Soaring Heights may not have the investment or interest to be a good neighbor. That is our fear. While rehabilitation is an important step for those with substance abuse disorders, it doesn't have to be next door. Ask yourselves if you would want this in your neighborhood or on your street. And please help us not have it in ours. Thank you.
Mayor Clark, council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Jones. I'm a resident of Keizer. In fact, I'm a very proud resident of Keizer. I've been here for 67 plus years, raised in this neighborhood that we live in now, moved temporarily up to the Gupser neighborhood for many years, and now we're back at a place we love and want to retire to quietly. Both my parents were school teachers. My mother was Keizer First Citizen in 1977. My father taught up at Whitaker. My grandparents owned 7 acres north of town. They ran a mill there. My roots are very deep in this community, extremely deep. I call this home for a reason. I love it here. My neighbors who are with us tonight and I are gathered here to share concern about the possible establishment of a drug rehabilitation halfway house at 663 Linda Avenue. We fully acknowledge the importance of rehabilitation facilities and the critical role they play in helping individuals recover and regenerate into the society of our communities. However, our primary concern is the potential impact that such a facility could have on the safety and well-being of our neighborhood. Our community is predominantly residential, characterized by families with young children, elderly residents, and individuals who have invested their time, energy, and resources to create a safe and welcoming environment. Introducing a halfway house in this setting raises several concerns that we believe need to be addressed. Firstly, we worry about the potential increase in foot and vehicle traffic and the associated risks that may come with all that. Our streets are frequented by children playing, neighbors walking their dogs, and elderly residents enjoying a peaceful stroll. The presence of individuals in various stages of recovery, while commendable, might inadvertently introduce elements of unpredictability that could compromise the sense and safety we currently value. Secondly, we are concerned about property values. While it's not the most important issue, it's worth noting that the perception of the neighborhood's character could change, potentially affecting the financial well-being of many residents who have worked hard to invest in their homes. Selling those homes near such a facility will be very difficult, including necessary reduction in prices to make those sales. Additionally, we question whether the chosen location is suitable for such a facility. Proximity to family-oriented amenities, bus lines, and convenient eateries make our neighborhood particularly sensitive to changes that could disrupt the harmonious balance that has cultivated over decades of caring and cooperating residents. We don't come here to vilify or stigmatize those who seek help and recovery. Our issue is not with those individuals, nor with facilitating the care for the folks who need it, but we have the issue with the location of the facility itself. We believe that there are more appropriate areas within our city that could accommodate the rehabilitation center without compromising the integrity and safety of residential neighborhoods, though I acknowledge there will always be the not in my backyard mentality everywhere you look. So in conclusion, we respectfully request the City Council support our stance on the placement of the drug rehab halfway house on Linda Avenue and explore alternative locations that would be better suited for such a facility. Our goal is to preserve the safety, the tranquility, and property values of our beloved neighborhood while still supporting the important work of rehabilitation and recovery for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions? I do want to, you asked me a question about facilities in my own neighborhood, and yes, we have homes in my neighborhood that have people in various programs, and they've been very peaceful neighbors, so just want to respond to your question.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've got two people here to talk about the rolling 10-year franchise contract, Sean Edmonds and Greg, maybe I should put my glasses on, Greg Dittman, thank you very much.
Honorable Council and Madam Mayor, thank you for just a few minutes. Sounds like you've got a lot weightier issues to deal with this evening, garbage, but we did want to take just a few moments of your time to bring some clarification to some questions that were raised at the November 4th council meeting about the rolling franchise agreement. We watched the tape afterward and felt that there was confusion about the nature of the agreement, which I feel Joe did a great job of clarifying. But it brought confusion about our position on that agreement and how important we feel it is to the haulers doing business in Keizer and providing service. So just to restate what was stated at that meeting, we currently have a rolling franchise agreement in Keizer. That is a fairly common practice in Oregon. Ours is basically a 10-year contract that renews annually every year and currently does not require a public hearing to renew. And that agreement assures us that we have the ability to secure long-term financing for capital expenditures, purchasing trucks, and improving facilities.
Can I press pause really quick? Is the light on your microphone? The red light?
Do I need to start over?
No, but, yeah, thank you for pulling that closer.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah. We just want to be clear that that rolling franchise is pretty integral to our business model, and that we are not in favor of any changes to that agreement as it stands. I would just say that we, for decades, have been consistently providing safe and we believe exceptional service to the community. We would there again not be in favor of changing that agreement. In the wake of new legislation about electric trucks and the Recycling Modernization Act, we see that there are more changes coming. And, you know, we've always felt like we're all partners in achieving those goals. And we just want to make sure that we're here to keep the trust that we feel that we've earned with you guys so far. So we're just here to answer questions if there are any, and just make that position clear tonight. Short and sweet.
Thank you very much. Do you want to go ahead and speak, then we'll take questions?
Yeah, again, I think
Is the red light on?
red light is on.
There we go,
Can you hear me
perfect.
okay? Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Yeah, I think Greg did a really nice job of framing up what our position is. It's just really important for everybody tonight to really understand that the rolling contract is the foundational element that is just so critical, you know, in our industry. And it's there for a reason. In Lake Valley, you know, we certainly have enjoyed partnering here in the community since 1958, you know, serving over 7,500 customers for North Marion and Lawrence Sanitation and Wheat Transportation as well. So, yeah, we're more than happy to answer any questions tonight, but again, it's just really critical to have this type of contract in place so we can continue to invest in our facilities and to our equipment and to our people. A lot of our employees have been working for us for, you know, over 30 years, which we're really proud of. And we want to continue to be able to provide the programs that's really necessary to serve the community. And I think everyone can also acknowledge that you have really nice rates. It's one of the lowest rate structure in the state for these type of services that we provide. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from counselors? All right, thank you so much, and thank you for coming down tonight to make sure that folks could hear the rest of the story.
All right.
We
All right, thank
appreciate
you very
it.
much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Brown?
if it pleases the council, I would be happy to talk about this under other business tonight.
Thank you. All right. So I'll make a note for other business. We'll take up the matter on the rolling, okay, franchise, okay. All right, we'll do that under other business. Fantastic. That is everybody I've signed up for public comment that's not related to the library. So is there anybody else that wanted to address the council on something other than the library? Okay. Counselors, with your concurrence, because we do have a large group here to talk about the library, would everybody be agreeable to move item 8E up next in the agenda? Is there any objection? Okay. By unanimous, by consensus, we will go ahead and move item 8E out of order. So we'll give everybody a chance to change pages in their agenda. This discussion is regarding directing staff to bring back a resolution acknowledging Keizer Community Library as the community's library. And the staff report, I've got to switch pages in my agenda too.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Brown?
the staff report is just acknowledges that the issue is requested by Council President Starr, and supported by 2 council members for discussion at the meeting tonight. So it's in Council President Starr's hands.
Okay, Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start by recognizing the immense amount of work that Keizer Community Library volunteers dedicate to serving our community each and every month. As someone who has spent over 2 decades in the nonprofit world and the last almost 9 years working with an organization whose model was built by and is completely dependent on volunteers, I can tell you without a doubt that the Keizer Community Library is one of the best returns on investment for our community. With an average of 567 hours per month, or a total of 6,804 hours per year, which is valued, and there's a nonprofit volunteer sector national average, that those hours are valued at $228,000 for the 2023 calendar year. And I believe that the library is on track to increase that number for 2024. I have had the pleasure of working with the Keizer Community Library Board for just over a year now, and they have done everything asked of them and more. And as a result of hours of listening and hours of learning, I am proud to advocate for this agenda item on their behalf. After much reflection, review, and in all caps, I wrote many hours of extensive conversations to include my incessant questions and requests for information. Thank you, Ms. BJ Towie. There are jewels in your crown for dealing with me. And along with Ms. Towie's conversations with the Oregon State Public Library consultant, the Keizer Community Library has determined that they meet all 10 of the requirements to apply for public library status from the state of Oregon. And I'm learning to speak library, so please correct me, Ms. Towie, if I speak in error. As part of the application to be considered for public library status by the state, a requirement is for a resolution or an ordinance by the City of Keizer recognizing Keizer Community Library as our community's library. As such, I requested to bring this item to council along with the concurrence of Councilors Cross and Reed. I want to reiterate that the ask tonight is not an ask of the City Council to agree to dedicate any funding on a permanent basis to the library at this point. The ask tonight is simply that the council refer the matter to our staff to research and bring back a recommendation, and if appropriate, to draft a resolution for council to adopt that recognizes Keizer Community Library as our public library. I am aware that there is a lot of chatter around this agenda item, as I think we can all see from the room tonight, and that we must, and there is also concern that we must dedicate funding to the library with this agenda item. The conversation about a dedicated funding stream is putting the cart before the horse. We do not yet know if the Keizer Community Library's application to be recognized and given public library status will in fact be approved by the state. But I will say this, knowledge and understanding is critical, and to make assumptions, judgments, and even told you so's is premature at best. And at worst, it possibly jeopardizes a future opportunity for the Keizer Community Library to thrive into the future. And while tonight's agenda item is related solely to directing staff to research and bring back their findings and a recommendation for potential resolution and ordinance, I wanted to make the point that this is not a conversation tonight about funding. To be clear, there is much research to be done by those who are much smarter than I, and that would be Mr. Lindsay, who gets to interpret what I have read and tried to understand and have come to the conclusion that's contradictory state statute. So lucky you. And what is needed from us for Keizer Community Library's application to this state? It is my understanding, and again, jewels in Ms. Tui's crown, for enduring my incessant and frequent questions and requests for clarification of information. But here is what I understand. Number one, the resolution must simply state that we recognize Keizer Community Library as Keizer's library. Number two, that we agree to partner with Keizer Community Library to explore potential funding options. And number three, while tonight's agenda item only relates to directing staff to research the issue and bring back their recommendation and possible resolution and ordinance regarding the recognition of Keizer Community Library as our community's library, it is imperative to ensure we are clear that if and only if Keizer Community Library is granted public library status, we then have 2 years from the date they filed their first statistical report, which would be 1 year after being granted said public library status, to partner with them and explore and identify possible funding streams that would equal the 50% of the operating budget. If Keizer Community Library is successful in obtaining public library status, this does not mean that Keizer Community Library will move forward in seeking membership with CCRLS, which is the Chemeketa Cooperative Regional Library System. Did I get that right? Close. Okay, almost. That is a decision way down the road and one that is not tied to being recognized as a public library through the state. Being recognized as a public library by the state of Oregon opens up a world of opportunity separate and apart from being a member of the CCRLS. My ask tonight is simple. Let us not rob the Keizer Community Library of the opportunity to apply for public library recognition. There is no harm or encumbrances to the city by asking staff to thoroughly research the issue and report back to council with a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a few questions here on the agenda item, and then we'll go down the list of people who have submitted comment and then would like to give spoken comment. So I had a couple of questions as you were going through your presentation, Council President Starr. Can you please help me understand what has changed from 2 years ago to now? When we first had the conversation regarding public funding for the library, what has changed? Because to not have that requirement at this stage?
I think that is an answer that Ms. Toey can give, since she has been the one working with the consultant at the Oregon State Library. So with your indulgence, Mayor Clark, I'd like to ask Ms. Toey to come forward so she can answer the more technical questions. I can't even get an acronym correct, so.
Only the last word.
Okay, thank you. Services, it was services, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 50-50 chance, so thank you.
Okay, and then after Ms. Toy, I do have a couple of follow-ups, but thank you so much for coming.
I'm glad to be here.
So my question was, what has changed from what our understanding was 2 years ago when we put the ballot measure forward for 50% funding in order to finish the 10 commandments of being a public library to the conversation tonight?
Nothing's actually changed, but what this does is to give us a step toward public library status with the Oregon State Library, which can be done by resolution or ordinance as detailed by the Oregon Revised Statutes. The ballot measure would have given us a lot more than 50% of our current budget, which is only $60,000. So I'm not quite sure how to answer your question about what has changed. Nothing has changed. This resolution does not have to detail how the city of Keizer would provide $30,000 as a 50% match. And I think that's what City Council President Shaney Starr is referring to, that the resolution can be done by the city saying that Keizer Community Library is the city's public library, which is what we need to go with a report that's already been written to the state library to ask for their blessing as a public library with official status. There is time after this is done to find the $30,000.
And the source of that $30,000 has to be?
From a public entity.
And in this case, by making the Keizer Community Library, Keizer's library, the obligation then would be upon the city of Keizer to be that entity. Is that my understanding?
That would be correct.
So by taking this step, we would be starting the process of obligating the city to provide that funding without an identified
If we are to retain, if we achieve public library status from the state library and we are to retain it, then eventually, yes, $30,000 annually would need to be found in the city coffers.
Or from a source?
From a public entity.
Yes, it does not have to be from the city.
No, it doesn't have to be from the
That is what I
city.
want to make sure we're clear on. It does not have to be from the city.
No, city, county, state, federal, there's all kinds of public entities.
By this city saying that it is our city's library who's primarily responsible for providing those funds?
Well, in 130 some cities around the state, it's used the city.
Okay. So I just want to have a really good understanding of, and Ms. Toy understands that I've been a lifelong fan of libraries, patron and supporter of libraries. But I'm trying to understand, especially given the ballot measure 2 years ago and what we're talking about now, so there's real clarity on what we're asking, and if the level of obligation on the part of the city, either now or obligating a future council to identify a funding stream or work with the community on a funding stream.
Well, I think what would be true is that at any point in the future, a city council could decide not to fund a public library, which is what they're possibly looking at in Salem right now, closing the Salem Public Library. So you're actually not obligating future councils.
Yes and no. Because once you've opened it, the people of Salem are not happy about anything that would diminish library services. We're all here because we all value library services tremendously and know the opportunity and the power of literacy for everybody in our community that's provided through our library system, especially a public library. So in making sure that we're really clear, at least in my mind, what the ask is, doing a resolution with an understanding that there is a financial requirement that will come with it today, tomorrow, or in 2 years, that there is a piece that will not go away.
In order to keep public library status, that would be true.
Okay.
And I think that it's pretty fair in saying that Keizer would be getting more bang for their buck as a public library than any other city in the state. $60,000 a year is $1.55 per capita of revenue. The next highest supported, the next up in the tier, gets $4.40, and it's the little town of Winston. Amity is third at $6.28. So $1.55 per capita in expenditures doesn't seem like a big ask.
And I just want to be clear, I'm asking for this resolution to explore, to recognize the library, and then ask and give the opportunity for us to partner with Keizer Community Library to explore what some of those funding options could be. That does not mean we will add a fee to the utility bill. There are other options that are out there, but if we do not move forward with this option, we won't even have the opportunity to explore what those various options will be. So to your point, Mayor Clark, there is a window of time, 2 years from the date of their first statistical report, which is 1 year after they are in public library status. So now we've extended that window for up to, if I do the math correctly, it's technically 2 years, but we have a year after the report, so 3, to explore what the variety of options are. And I'm simply asking for this resolution to allow the application to go forward, so then we have the opportunity to explore what those options are.
And I appreciate that clarification. And I'm going to open up for other counselors to ask questions, and I'll follow up with some of my own. Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This isn't really a question. As I was listening to you, thank you for that presentation, Council President Starr. What I really wanted to say is, I think anyone that knows me in this room, and thank you all for being here, it's so great to have a full room and it's late, is that I am super passionate about not adding fees. I think that life is tough for everyone right now, so 0 fees ever that you'll hear me. If anything, that is one thing that I hold strong on. But just looking out here and looking at all these amazing youngins and the different ages, you all are worth it. And if that takes some work from the city staff and for us to explore, I am 100% all in because you're worth it, and thank you for being here.
So, thank you. All right. Yes, and we will be hearing from folks here who obviously very much support, as we read today, the a library. We also heard from the voters, and I want to make sure that we're really clear on that as well.
Can I ask a clarifying question about that?
Yes.
Did the voters vote down the library, or did they vote down the fee to pay for the library? Because in my mind, those are two very different issues.
We'll have to ask the voters to clarify that. It was very clear that the fee was voted down, and if there's a desire on the part of council and the library to go out for a different amount or take a different approach, of course, that can happen. The ballot is a great place to find out what people are willing to invest in our community.
Madam Mayor, I can tell you anecdotally that not only did 45% of our voters in the city agree to pay the fee to endorse a public library, but we had so many people tell us that it was the way that the fee can be increased at any time, as it has been for other fee-based operations in the city. That was the reason that they didn't vote for it. I don't believe we had 55% of the people against a public library or a library of any kind.
Well, and I voted for the measure myself, so again, totally on board with finding a way to help public library happen. But these are the hard questions that we are going to get, and going to hear from the community. So we've got to have this conversation as this progresses. So thank you for indulging me on this conversation. All right. Any other questions of the proposal? Okay. What I'd like to do now is, thank you, appreciate, if you have anything additional at this point, or I'll go to the public comment.
I will play cleanup hitter, but I would hope that possibly, I know some of the families that are here with children would like to speak. And because it is a school night, I would hope maybe we could arrange things that people who really need to speak first and head home to bed could do so. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to just acknowledge for the record, I'm not going to read all the names. We received letters of support and then some letters in opposition from a large number of folks in the community. Ms. Bissett has put together a packet of those, and unless the council would like me to read those all individually, that we admit them into the record in bulk. Any objection? So all of these letters are now entered into the record as they have been presented by our city staff. So
I would just like to clarify for the record and for those that are watching at home, there were 23 letters submitted in support of moving this forward, and there were 3 letters in opposition.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, yep. As of late this afternoon, and there are probably some others that may have come in later as well. All right, with that, I can't tell from these if, which ones have small children, so if some of you have kids, if you, did you want to speak? If you come up, give me your name, then I'll pull your name out of the pile here. And so if you could come up to the table here, make sure the microphone is on. And if you would start with your name and just city of residence, so city of Keizer, and then you have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nancy Soto.
Is the red light on?
Now it is.
Perfect. Okay.
My name
Thank
is
you.
Nancy Soto. I'm a Keizer resident for over 15 years. And I would like to share a little bit about my experience with the Keizer Community Library. I was invited by a friend to the storytelling in Spanish on a Saturday. And even though I've been here for over 15 years, it was my first time to the community library. My kids loved it. It was nice to be able to find an activity for our family in our language. And that's because I would like to preserve our first language, and I want my kids to be bilingual. I was surprised to find out that it was a community library run by volunteers with only one staff paid. I think this shows who we are in Keizer. This shows that we have a strong community with volunteers who have run this community library for a long time. And I'm very grateful for that. I think we're blessed to have such a community where volunteers have a very valuable to the community, and especially to the public, to the community library. I believe that, just like City Council President Starr said, there should be some research and find out more how this will benefit our community. But I think having more funding for this library will open the door for more opportunities for our families. And personally, this helped us to find an activity and to bring my kids and bring them to literacy, which is very important and very needed in our community in these days, where we have kids in front of a screen for a long time. So this, having more activities that support literacy will benefit our community today and our future leaders, our future kids, kids who are willing to go to school and go to college and dream. And I really hope that this happens in our community. It's so nice to have a library nearby. I know downtown Salem is not too far for us, but it just feels like home. It feels like a small library where my kids can come and read and explore and dream. I feel like this is something that City of Keizer should look into it and support. And I think it's worth the effort of the research, of the talk, and this will benefit our community. If there was something that I would ask to add to Keizer, it would be more cultural activities where diversity is valued and where everybody feels welcome, and for everybody to know that we're all different, but we're all the same. We might have different skin colors, but we're all the same. And our kids, my kids, your kids, are the future of this community, this state, this country. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to your kids. Okay. I share the enthusiasm, and generally speaking, what we do is we move through the process so very quietly so we can hear each speaker. So well done, and thank you. And thank you to both of your children for listening so patiently. Appreciate them. Another family. You want to come up, and I will find your name in the list there. So red light on. There we go. If you would just state your name, your city of residence, and
Hello,
then...
my name is Guadalupe. I'm live here for 28 years, and I'm very happy to have a library so close from home. It's an opportunity to bring my daughter and read books with her, and have the opportunity to even find books for myself, and continue learning my language. And actually, like the same, the other family were saying, I have an opportunity like the Saturdays and Tuesdays to come and have reading books in Spanish for us. That was and is beautiful time with me and my husband and all my family. So thank you. Lupita, you want to share something? Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm proud of you for sitting up there with your mom. Good job. All right. Other families with kids? Yeah? No? Okay, come on up. If you would just come up here, and again, your name, your city of residence, and then I can find your name in the list here.
Sorry. Thomas Morgan, resident of Keizer for 1 year.
All right.
Homeschooled, age 15, but proud South, go Souths.
Yep.
I rise today, sit today, in support of the measure put before the council to recognize the Keizer Community Library as Keizer's official public library. I was chosen to represent Keizer in the Oregon Civics Bee, with my topic being the Keizer Community Library and how we can fund it better. But at the request of the council president, I will not talk about the part about funding. However, I will discuss the part about why I believe libraries are beneficial and why a public library status for the current library will be beneficial. My first and foremost reason for library being beneficial in Keizer was I believe libraries support our unalienable rights, which the Declaration of Independence says are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In this essay that I wrote, I mentioned why the library supports these three rights. First of all, life. The library supports life because the library is a source of knowledge. For researchers and students, the library helps them live their lives or educate themselves, and that's pretty important, I'd say. Living a good life, living the life that you want to live. It also supports liberty because a library supports a public space that provides groups opportunity to meet or to educate others in a safe space where maybe other places of the city are not so safe or not as welcome, where we can have diverse voices in a public space so that all can hear. So that supports our liberty. But I believe the library best supports the last one, pursuit of happiness, which some have mentioned or called as the pursuit of knowledge. And libraries are bastions of knowledge, I believe. And with all the information, nonfiction and fiction alike, that can hold, and that can teach us the morals of life or just general of the history of civilization, I guess. In a public library, I believe, we could achieve so much more than we have in the current status right now. I mean, everyone has probably seen the library. It's in the basement of a 19th, 20th century schoolhouse. So I believe that we could just like support a little bit more to help us use these rights a little bit better, because there isn't many places where you can use all three of your unalienable rights at once, right? I mean, having a safe community space to talk with others, being able to learn and gain information. I mean, I love learning knowledge, and I've always loved libraries my whole life. I feel like the library should be supported a little bit more. That's why I love this measure. I mean, I wasn't sure what it was until it was spoken before the council, but I do support this measure. I hope everyone else, including the council, will support it so that we can, in this community, have a better understanding of, well, civics and just life in a city and in a community. I've heard a lot of voices from neighbors and just other community members about how we can, home, the ideas of home and brothership and being part of a community. I feel like that as far as part of this community, we should support our library so that we can support the pursuit of knowledge and just support our fellow community members. Wow, that was harder than I thought. I'll like to close with this. The library represents the intellectual and social fabric that binds this community together. I believe with a new government community-supported public library, we can make our city a beacon of learning and civic engagement. I believe that if we can collaborate together, we can prove democracy can solve problems at the smallest of levels. So I encourage you all, Madam Mayor, City Council, and my fellow citizens to consider this initiative to create our library into a public library and to support it for generations of Keizerans to come. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Does anybody wonder why he won the Civics Bee?
Is there any questions from the council that I could answer?
Thank you very much. You did very well. I appreciate that. Any questions? Not at this time. And thank you so much. Well said.
Thank you.
All right. Any other families with kids that need to get home because it's a school night? I would like at this point to extend courtesy to Diane Watson from the Chemeketa Community College Board of Education to come forward.
I'm really happy to be here. I am a Keizerite, obviously, and I'm here as a Keizerite in this community for 40 years. In fact, 25 years ago, my husband.
Oh, is the red light on?
No.
Okay.
It is now.
So now, everybody, if the red light is on, so don't turn it off when you're done.
Okay.
Okay, there we
I
go.
certainly won't. I'm pleased to be here, and I thank you so much for this issue coming forward. As I mentioned, when the red light was off, my husband brought this up 25 years ago when he was a counselor, and it was voted down at that time. And somehow it seems like we need to have a library here. And I have something I wrote out because I thought I had 2 minutes. So I practiced and made sure I could get all the words in 2 minutes. So I will read this now. I'm a Keizer resident who has enjoyed living in this community for approximately 40 years. Keizer is an amazing place with pride, spirit, and volunteerism, and we have been very fiscally responsible. I'm here to support the proposal for Keizer having a public library as it is a great investment in our community. You may wonder why. First of all, having a public library opens doors. With this designation, Keizer can apply for grant funds and ready-to-read money, and we can give our community even more resources. We can better support our young readers. It is well known that children introduced to books and reading early do better later as they progress through school. We want to give our children the very best opportunity to succeed. Second, business and industry prefers to locate in communities with a quality learning environment, and this includes a public library. We are one of a handful of cities of our size in the nation without a public library. 40,000 people. I think there are 3 or 4 in the nation that are this size that don't have a public library. We want to be competitive in attracting new businesses and industry, which can mean more jobs and more money coming into Keizer. So this is important, not just for the education it gives our students, not just for the civic engagement, but also attracting business and industry. And this has been researched and proven that they want to locate a place that has a strong educational system. We have wonderful high schools. My kids went to Gubser, Whitaker, and McNary. My grandkids went to Gubser, Whitaker, and McNary, and it was wonderful. And we have wonderful programs in our city. I mean, our recreation programs are great. Our parks are wonderful, but we don't have a public library. And that can be a check against us when somebody wants to move here. Finally, in the long run, this would be the first step in connecting with the great resource, the Chemeketa Cooperative Regional Library Services, a wonderful collection of books from 18 libraries in the Mid-Willamette Valley, and some of them are very, very small places, but they have a library. To even apply for membership, a city needs to have a public library. So if this went through, eventually down the road, and this is the long-range goal maybe, it's up to the city what they want to do, but you could apply for membership in the Chemeketa Cooperative Regional Library. And then it would greatly enhance the books that we have and the resources we have. And like the young man up here, they would have all those resources. They've had access to those resources. This is long-range goal, but the first step is to become a public library. I thank you for the opportunity to share my passion about Keizer. It's a wonderful city. Like I say, my kids enjoyed all the recreation things here. We're on the football team. My daughter was a cheerleader, and my husband was on the city council. And this is a great place, but we need a library. So
Right.
that's my testimony for today. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Watson? All right, thank you
Okay,
so much, and
thank
thank you for representing Keizer on the Chemeketa Board of Education.
I'm not here as a private citizen because I
Okay.
can't speak for the,
You can't speak for the board.
board, right.
All right.
But, thank you. Anyway, this has been fun. I do need to leave early, and I'll tell you why. My dog ate some chocolate yesterday. I have a little puppy
Oh.
and I have somebody watching my dog, and I need to get home. It's a little Cavapoo, 11 pounds, and she's 7 months old. So, and she figured out how to open my purse, the zipper. I'm not kidding. She had some paper out of it, and I knew it was unzipped, so I went back and I zipped it shut. She got some chocolate out of there.
That little.
So she figured out how to open it. Very bright dog.
Smart dog, there we go. All right, we wish her well. Thank you, Diane. All right. Oh, my goodness. All right, other families with students that need to, okay. For school night, come on up, and then we'll move down the list here. There was somebody raised their hand back there. Yeah. Okay. You have to go get them to bed, though. Okay. All right, come on up. And again, just your name, your city of residence, and then you have 5 minutes. Make sure the light is on.
Red light is on.
It is on.
My name is Alicia Palmer, and I am a resident of Keizer since 2021.
All right.
I'm bad at math. Yeah, so I'm excited to come and just express my support for the council to move forward with naming the library as our public library. Libraries, like I think many in the room, have been a part of my life since I was young. Good memories always of going to reading time with my family, with my neighbors, with my brothers. When I've lived in other cities and I was a young mom at home with a baby and had a place to go and got to go to library reading hour and get my little one involved in books from an early age and have her see other kids getting involved with books at an early age, I was so excited for the opportunity to take my children to libraries. And when we moved to Keizer, it was a shock to see that we don't have a library. We have a library, but we don't have a library in the way that we would hope. Our city deserves to have a public library. I know we all agree with that. And hearing everything that's been said tonight, it's so clear that everyone who lives in Keizer, we're here because we love our families and we want a safe, supported experience for our children, for our neighborhoods, and we're proud of our city. And it seems to me like it's a long past due appointment for Keizer to choose to have a public library here. I was amazed at the statistic that was just shared around the size of our city and our lack of public library compared to other similar cities in the nation. And it's amazing that 20 years ago we tried to get a library here and it still hasn't happened. So I'm just want to voice my support to get us on the roster, get us moving forward, and finding creative ways down the line to help voters in the community actually realize the long-held dream and huge necessity to promote learning, education, informed members of our society who can keep changing the world for better. I think libraries get rid of so many barriers that we as humans have in connecting with each other. And I would love for Keizer to be a place that promotes diversity by exposing children and families to different languages, to different people, a place that is safe for everyone, that everyone can access. Libraries are unique in any other building in the world. And I know we all agree. I just want to see one here that has space to grow and expand and provide all of the access for families of every age, for people, whether they are housed or not, for people, whether they know how to read or not, to be able to access all of the resources throughout the region. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Palmer?
Sean Palmer. My name's Sean Palmer, and I'm oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah. Red light.
And I'm a resident of Keizer. I've lived in Beaverton, Hillsborough, North Plains. I remember Beaverton especially. If you've ever seen their public library, it is just this massive monument to books and literacy and knowledge. And you can walk in there any time of day and find hundreds of people any day of the week. And it's beautiful, and it was spectacular. And I went there a lot. When I lived in North Plains with my family, and they were, I had 2 young kids, we would go to the North Plains Library every week, sometimes twice. We would walk there, we'd sit, we'd read, we'd look at books. It was a huge part of our young family, and it was a smaller library, similar to how Keizer has a smaller library, but it was still a public library. It was part of the city. It belonged to the city, and it had larger connections to the Washington County Library Service. So you still had access to just thousands and hundreds of thousands of books and materials, which was just wonderful for a young family. I've been a teacher for 15 years, and teaching kids how to read was always just an essential part of my job. So literacy, I just knew that putting books in the hands of kids was the #1 way to make sure that they would become readers. So when I moved to Keizer and found a nice place, settled down, first thing I did after I moved in was, where's the library? And I was a little heartbroken. Yes, there is a library here, but they're a volunteer-led library with minimal supports. And I just felt like it reflected on Keizer that they didn't value libraries. They didn't value books and literacy. And that's how I kind of saw the city when I moved in. I'm like, this is a city that doesn't seem to value this. And everywhere I've lived, it's highly valued this. And if I had known that before, I don't know if it would have affected where I settled down. So for me, it was a little bit painful because I do love the city, but I do feel like a library really shows the values of where you're living and the people who live there. And I really feel like literacy is just an essential part of a community, and it's just necessary. So I would love to see Keizer start the path of saying, this is our library, we want to have a library, this library belongs to us. Because I feel like our city deserves that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who's got kiddos? Yes, come on up. And whoever of you would like to start, that'd be great.
I will go first. Mayor Clark and members of the council, my name is Mayra Rosales. I came to Keizer in 2020. I have proudly served as a board member of the Keizer Community Library for 2 years. Supporting its mission and values, I am writing this in support of the library becoming a public library. As someone deeply invested in our community, I have focused my efforts on outreach to Latinx familias in the area, working to create a space that is welcoming and inclusive. I believe strongly in equity and inclusion and strive to bring diversity to the library, ensuring it is a resource for all residents here. Recently, we hosted a celebration for Hispanic Heritage Month in September, which was first time in a very long time, I think first time ever, which was well received and enjoyed by many families who came together to celebrate our rich cultural heritage. This event examples very well how the library brings our community closer and celebrates the diversity that makes Keizer special. I really appreciate the most about the Keizer Community Library its ability to foster a sense of belonging and provide essential services that connect people of all backgrounds. Through its programs and resources, the library has positively impacted my family and many others, offering a welcoming environment that encourages them lifelong learning and community engagement. I really urge you to adopt the ordinance resolution to make the Keizer Community Library a public library. Thank you for your consideration. Mayra Rosales.
Thank you very much. And
okay, my name is Maribel. Mi nombre es Maribel, and I'm the bilingual coordinator at Keizer Community Library. And I work also on Silent Keizer schools, public schools. So I know how important is the library in this community, because every day I see the important for the kids, for the teachers, for the parents. So I think if we have a library, it's easy. We support both sides, like the parents and the teachers. So that's, to me, it's so important to have a library in the community very close to our houses. So it's very short, but I think it's so important to have the library and very helpful for the kids. Well, I work with the kids every day, so I focus on the kids for everybody. And our library is so small, like I don't have the word. I don't have the words right now, but I feel so happy to be there when I came, and I feel so glad to be there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you both. Okay, one last check for families, folks that need to go home because they've got kids to tend to. All right, then I'm going to just start down the pile. There's no particular order. So starting with Chris Adams, and next up will be Kylie Jarnigan.
Oh boy, Fritz is asleep.
Uh-oh, sorry.
Oh dear.
Okay.
You made it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mayor Clark, and.
Make sure the red light's on.
Oh, it is on.
Yes.
Yes,
So
it is on.
we'll leave it on. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mayor Clark and council members, for this opportunity for you to consider the resolution for the Keizer Community Library. I'm not going to bore you with all my volunteer work, but it's all aimed at education and working with the city of Keizer, promoting safety, and being on a council that's going to be working with kids and reading and growth. Speaking from the perspective of an adult who remembers with gratefulness of the availability of a library within the walls of Cummings Elementary School, I excelled with my reading and comprehension skills because of the resources the library offered. The importance of a library assists not only children, but adults who may need access to computers to search for jobs, or high school students filling out college applications. Libraries also offer opportunities to socially connect with others through programs and events. They provide connections to resources that a person otherwise might not be able to find. There are, of course, books, DVDs, that type of thing, computers, volunteers and staff who are there to assist patrons with enthusiasm. An important aspect of being a public library, we can offer the patrons, it's a connection to other libraries, of course, in the surrounding cities, thus offering more resources, events, selection of materials, and even a larger relationship with people. Like any library, the goal should be connecting our society with the opportunity to open the door to different worlds to explore and new ideas. And of course, I could go on and on and on. I love the library, but I just really appreciate this opportunity for thinking about the resolution.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. Kylie Jarnigan, and next up is Rhonda Rich. Good to see you.
Hello, my name is Kylie Jarnigan. I use she, her pronouns, and I have lived in Keizer for about 13 years, which is all I can remember, if I'm going to be honest. When I attended McNary High School and got to fulfill some of my community service hours, I looked directly to the Keizer Library. I loved reading and working with kids, so I thought this was probably going to be the perfect opportunity for me. And it was the right choice. I saw kids from the community attend summer activities where instead of just leaving with a craft or a souvenir that you typically get from a summer camp, I saw them leaving loving to learn and wanting to come back for more. Due to the dedication from the volunteers and excitement from the children, I kept coming back and even hosted events of my own because I saw the impact on the students. Kids of all backgrounds were able to grow as human beings through each event and even through each book. I have seen what this library can do for students. I've seen what it has done for me and my peers. And as a college student now, I can tell you right now, the reason I'm passing my classes is because of libraries. This library has allowed me to see the true joy of reading that every children can experience. Reading is a crucial part of every child's journey through school, and they shouldn't be discouraged from it due to a lack of resources. Becoming a public library would allow for more kids to have access to a larger array of things that will advance their education. I encourage Keizer to continue to show their pride, spirit, and volunteerism by pursuing this to give our next generations a better chance. Keizer constantly gives back to its kids, so let's not stop now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. And good to see you.
It was nice seeing you too.
Rhonda Rich, and next up will be Jamie Hines.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Rich. I'm here as president of the West Keizer Neighborhood Association. I'm here to enthusiastically support a resolution to name the KCL, Keizer Community Library, as Keizer's public library. I'm excited to again discuss the need and potential funding for a public library, and I'm going to mention a little bit on funding. This discussion tonight is only possible because of the passion and dedication from the volunteers and staff from the KCL, who want what is best for the residents of Keizer, and that is for our city library to achieve public library status with the State Library of Oregon. As most of you remember, the city voted on this measure to support a public library in November 2022. At that time, there was much discussion and outreach to inform voters. Although the measure lost by a slim margin, 45% of voters voted for a public library, indicating strong support for what is being proposed tonight. The West Keizer Neighborhood Association supported the measure to fund a public library that serves any member of the community who has the desire to choose and read a book from any category that interests them. In fact, they check out books for free from our library. Where else can you go to get a free book when books are $20 to $30 or more? Many families have barely enough money to put food on the table, but they can still get a book in their child's hands at the library. In fact, I believe that due to the difficult economy and the wonderful programs that our dedicated KCL staff and board provides has had a major impact on the use of the library. The amount of books checked out has almost doubled in the past 2 years, which indicates the interest of our community to have a public library. If the library is designated as the city's public library, it will give more opportunities for access to many more books from other libraries, the ability to apply for federal grants, and much more. I hope that you can find the funds to support a public library. It is within your power to fund an essential service to our community for adults and children. It is a service that the city of our size should provide for our residents, especially our children. So let's invest in the future of our children, preschoolers through teens. We provide opportunities for sports and activities in our parks, which is very important for physical and mental health. Let's also place a high priority for a public library for those young minds to encourage imagination and wonder and to learn about the world and peoples around them as they reach for their dreams. Once again, I ask that you support a public library in Keizer. Please make this happen for Keizer residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Jamie, and next up is Lori Christopher.
Which do I say?
Either one. They both should have the red light on.
Should. Yes.
Okay. Just state your name and your city of residence for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clark, and members of the Keizer City Council. For the record, my name is Jamie Hintz, and I have been a Keizer resident since 2018 when I moved here to be closer to my job at the Capitol. I began volunteering at Keizer Community Library in 2021 after it reopened following its remodel during the early months of the pandemic. Since then, I have served in various capacities, including as a board member. In my time at KCL, I have witnessed some truly remarkable growth in just the past few years. And some of those highlights include expanded programming for children, including hands-on learning and educational activities, new services for families, adults, and seniors, such as community workshops and book clubs and educational tools and resources, expanded library hours to serve more people at different times, as well as extended hours serving as cooling or warming space during inclement weather incidents. New programming, materials, communications available in Spanish to better serve our growing Spanish-speaking community. Significant growth in the library's material collections, including books, digital resources, and learning tools, as well as increased demand for and usage of all of these library materials and services. These achievements are extraordinary, especially when you consider that they have been accomplished as a nonprofit library with unstable funding, limited resources, and dedicated efforts of volunteers who selflessly give their time and energy to support the library's mission. Despite these efforts, the library is at a tipping point. Keizer's population is changing and growing, particularly with young families. And these families are increasingly seeking community resources and opportunities for enrichment. The current model simply can't keep up with this rising demand for these library services and resources. This is why I'm here today to ask for your support in exploring options for KCL to transition from a nonprofit library to a public library. And doing so will allow KCL to provide our community with the stable, reliable resources that are necessary to support all stages of life, from children to families to seniors and lifelong learners. Transitioning to a public library would stabilize funding, preventing the need for constant fundraising and ensuring that the library is not dependent on the fluctuating generosity of donations. This would lead to more predictable, sustainable funding, relieving the pressure of the volunteers and the library board while allowing for more efficient long-term planning and service growth. Additionally, KCL volunteers are dedicated and passionate, but their efforts are limited. By shifting to a public library model, we can retain the vital support of the volunteers while also hiring professional library staff with the training and expertise needed to expand and manage operations, including volunteers. These professionals can help ensure that the library services grow in line with the community needs and best practices in library science. Keizer's demographic is changing, and we're welcoming new families, professionals, and residents who expect high-quality community resources. Right now, our library is stretched thin. There's a huge demand for expanded library services, especially in areas like access to materials from a public library system. Becoming a public library would allow for Keizer residents to access resources from libraries across the state, expanding the range of materials available to our community. It would also expand the availability of audiobooks. One of the most frequently requested services is the ability to check out audiobooks. It's not something that we have right now. This is a need that our current system just can't meet due to the funding and resource limitations. A public library status would also allow for the hiring of experienced library professionals who could help implement best practices in library services, as well as to ensure that the library can accommodate its current and future growth. Finally, public libraries provide much more than just books. They offer programs for tax preparation, job search and career growth resources, early childhood education, civic engagement, and community development. These are services that Keizer residents will benefit from as our community continues to grow and change. KCL has big dreams and even bigger potential, but it cannot continue to thrive on volunteerism and unstable funding alone. This transition is not just about books. It's about providing our city with a hub for learning, growth, and community engagement that will benefit generations to come. I ask the City Council to consider this important step toward the future of Keizer's Public Library. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Christopher, and then next up will be Jacqueline Green.
I thought you were taking me out of order. Mayor Clark, City Council, and City staff, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me go. I'm a single parent tonight.
albeit they're four-legged. None the least of which I need to get home. Our Keizer Community Library, it's so fun to hear all of these comments from the community, but I don't like hearing the ones that in any way disparage anything that our Keizer Community Library has done. They're an undisputed success, and I am at that building every day. Aren't I, BJ? Yes, you are. And I see these hard workers, and I interact with, they're my neighbors. I'm working in the museum, or I'm working in the art association. We're all aflutter over at the Keizer Cultural Center, and I see how hard they work. And so for people to say, Keizer needs a library, Keizer has a library. And so what we're discussing now is there an opportunity for us to change the status from a community library to a public library? That's what we're talking about. And when has Keizer, first of all, I want to tell you, well, wait a minute, hold everything. I forgot to tell you, before you leave this building tonight, in celebration of Native American Heritage Month, we have reproduced we have reproduced 25, I believe, of the student art that is on the walls of Chemawa Indian School. You guys, it is spectacular. As I'm telling you this, it gives me chills, the stuff that these students have produced over the years. Some of these murals are over 30 years old. You can't get into a closed campus, but you can see it in our art galleries. So don't leave the building without taking a run through. So I want to tell you that, and I want to tell you we've got Thomas Duff Keizer. The event went great last night. We had over 50, or Friday, we had over 50 residents here. So we're bringing arts and culture, which is my happy place, to bring arts, culture, and history in one location. And here we are doing that. The Keizer Community Library started as the Keizer Reading Connection. I've been in this community for 35 years. I don't know if y'all remember that, but this is where kids used to sit on ice cream buckets in a building that was 10 minutes away from turning into bark dust before we built this building. And to see what it has come to now and the professionalism that these volunteers exhibit on a regular basis on behalf of our kids is fantastic. So why in the world are we bringing all these folks out tonight to answer a simple question of having Joe do the freaking work to see if we can move forward on giving them a designation of a public library? I'll use the mayor's word. I'm flummoxed. I'm flummoxed that we have all these folks in this room when all we're asking, and I support you 100%, Councilor Starr, and I thought your presentation was right on. A lot has changed. I mean, I've been working in this library space for, I want to say, 20, 25 years. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you, there's a lot that's changed. They use the barriers are not in Keizer. The barriers were with the OLA in the past, and to a certain degree with the CCRLS. So there's a brand new state librarian who was hired in 2022. My understanding is they want to remove those barriers and make it possible for all cities to have a public library. Well, let's give them a chance to do that. Let's move this forward and see with Joe's research, with City Attorney Lindsay's research, we can move this forward. Number two, the city already supports the library. We gave them $30,000, which is 50% of their annual budget, in ARPA funds. We did that in 24 and we did it in 23. Was it 22 and 23? Regardless, we're already supporting that. I like working with OP, other people's money. I think there's a way to continue to do that. And part of that could be in the exploration of transient occupancy taxes. We don't know any of this stuff. I'm going to run out of time. We don't know any of this stuff until you do the research and bring this information back to the city council for them to make a further decision. Number three, would you like me to continue? Is there anybody that has a question?
Ms. Christopher, would you like to complete your thought?
Thank you so much. In the 2+ decades that I've worked in this library space, I don't ever remember asking city staff to do a complete evaluation of where we are and what the potential is. I don't ever remember doing that. And we had a different city attorney. We got a brand new Oregon State librarian. We got a brand new city attorney. For heaven's sakes, let's move forward with this and see what they come back with. Like I said, I can't believe we brought all these fine folks out tonight to answer such a simple question. When have we ever been afraid of having more information before we make a well-informed decision? When have we ever been afraid of that? In closing, last year the voters rejected a ballot measure that would have added an additional tax to Keizer residents to support a library. I believe they rejected the tax. I do not believe they rejected the library. This agenda item is not overriding that vote. As you are well aware, I would never override a vote of the citizens of Keizer. This does not do that. This agenda item is exploratory to determine if there is a way forward for our library to be designated as a public library. Voting in favor of tonight's agenda item allows the conversation to continue and explore a change of designation for our hometown library, which we already consider our public library. The future is bright for Keizer. We have lots of opportunities we can explore to ensure a long-term partnership with the Keizer Community Library. For heaven's sakes, I support moving this agenda item forward. Please join me. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Green. On deck is Cindy Hunt. I'm sorry.
Hi, Jacqueline Green. I'm Keizer resident. And I write today to ask that you consider how much the public library means to Keizer. Our users of library computers were logged, and our growing people visit the library website. The number of families who use this and would benefit from this speaks for itself. Absolutely stunning numbers of ways this could impact our community. Our public library is so much more than just the books on the shelves. Libraries are a gateway to early literacy, social programs, and can continue to be one of the key community hubs for a city. Libraries are also important community centers with classes for numerous social skills, job search portals, community lectures, research centers, and much more. In Keizer, we're fortunate to have a central library that includes a community lecture and performance hall, as well as easy access to city and county records and archives. I write to you to ask that you would consider this as you examine the hard budget decisions before you. I understand that you want to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent in the most efficient and appropriate ways possible, which is absolutely commendable. However, I'm concerned that without proper funding for our library, as well as our public safety, transportation, community service programs, we will pay much more in the long run by running inefficient programs stretched beyond their means, failing to serve the people that rely on these services. We also believe that this needs to have all the funding streams in place, but would like to add our support. As you consider the public library and how important it is to our city, thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Tammy Kemp, President of Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association, and Jacqueline Green, Vice President, and 5 board members. We have 234 members who are support this as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Cindy Hunt, and on deck will be Stephanie Sticks.
Good evening, Mayor Clark, members of the council. My name is Cindy Hunt, and I've been a resident of Keizer for more than 24 years. And I'm also on the board of the Keizer Community Library. I'm the collections chair, and I'm a volunteer at the library. My family also has 4 generations that live in Keizer. And I can tell you, age 8 to 82, they've all used services at the library in the past year. And some of them are in the audience today in support. What you've heard today, and you know, in my prior life, before I retired, I was an attorney. So what attorneys do, thank you, is we research, right? And so I was hearing the statistic that Keizer was one of the only cities with no public library. So I did my own research. And I went down to 20,000 in population in Oregon, and I can tell you for a fact that Keizer is the only incorporated city with 20,000 residents or more that does not have a public library designated in Oregon. But what this does is that it puts us, our adults, our children, at a disadvantage to all those other cities. And you heard tonight from families with kids, you know, of the impact on literacy. Mayor Clark, you said it today. And I can tell you too that I worked in education policy for 30 years, more than 30 years. And what the research says is that, in essence, by 3rd grade, if kids read, they do better. They graduate, they stay in school, they learn other topics. You heard about that today. But also by having a public library, it may also open up more grant funds. What I also saw at the state level is a trend to tell school districts to partner with their public libraries and other entities like that. And right now, we're not competitive as a city for those monies. I'm not going to sit here and promise you that money is going to rain down upon us if you do this, but it will at least give us a fighting chance with all those other cities in Oregon. Also tonight, you heard from the kids, and I cannot beat that tonight. I can't. But today I was at our library. For an hour, I sat at the desk. And what I saw was adults also. I saw adults writing resumes. I saw adults photocopying business flyers, people coming in looking for books, people excited to see the latest, you know, James Patterson or whatever. And it's just such a center in our community. So tonight, I encourage you to research this issue. It's worth the time, it's worth the staff time, and, you know, let's figure this out in the next 3 years. And with that, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. No questions. Stephanie Sticks. Is she still here?
Stephanie had to leave.
She had to leave, okay. Barbara Miner, and on deck are Tom and Gina Pye. Good to see you.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, thanks for inviting us all back for round whatever this is of public library status. My name is Barbara Miner. I live in Keizer. I'm the president of the board of directors of Keizer Community Library. I consider KCL to be a small but very important part of the infrastructure of this city, although I think Thomas said it more poetically, supporting of the social fabric of our community. That is not an exaggeration. We do serve from 8 to 82, and we do bring groups together in the library that have no other places that they meet each other. So I crossed out a lot of things that have been said today, and I can't beat the kids. They are pretty passionate. I do want a brief history. The library is different today than it was pre-COVID. During COVID, the rooms were completely remodeled to become an effective library space. Thank you very much, John and Vicki and all those people who did that. John and BJ brought in a library computer system with barcodes and scanners to replace ink stamped papers in the front of the books. Free library cards replaced subscription membership. And since then, the reopening with COVID and all of these systemic changes, the library has shown continual growth. The number of visitors, the number of cards, the number of circulation of books, anything you can measure, and I've measured many of them, has grown. That does prove that we are providing something that the community values. For a small organization with a total budget of less than $60,000, we are proud to provide many different services for different Keizerites, if that's the word. When you think of a library, I think of books, but actually the most used pieces, the most used items in our library are the computers. They are used every day. We have 6 computers for public usage. They were all donated or grant-funded acquisitions. Pretty much every demographic in Keizer is represented in the computer users except small children. We have several volunteers who assist non-tech savvy residents find critical emails, critical websites or email accounts, apply for jobs, get onto their medical records that they can't see on their cell phone and they don't have a computer at home. They use the printers. Last month we had one, or might have been September, we had one patron who came in every day loudly filling out job applications. That's how we know what she was doing, because she was very aggressive about it. And then she disappeared, and we all assume that she's happily employed, maybe in Keizer. Okay, that's one of one of the pieces that we put into making people's lives better. It's a little easier to apply for a job. As responsible computer owners of public computers, we do have the expenses of contracting with an outside service to help keep our computers safe and clean. As you can imagine, all these different people doing all these different things on our computers. Our computers are used. Our library is accessible to wheelchairs and strollers. We're located within walking distance of dozens of families. The kids over there, Adelia and Joshua, they're one of our regular visitors. They ride their bikes. The 2 younger ones ride their bikes to the library. It's their big outing they come very frequently. Our volunteers all know them, and we know what projects they're working on because we help them find things. And they were happy to come here tonight to support the library. We have book sales where a community of book lovers get to meet and talk about their favorite authors. I always ask someone I don't know to recommend an author to me, and it sparks a conversation that you don't have on the street just meeting someone. And of course, there are the puzzle lovers too. They are important for our book sales. At our most recent book sale, Paula, you were there. We met a young mother who was there and her 2 adorable daughters, and she told us that they save up all year to come to the book sale because the books are 50 cents for a paperback and $1 for a hardback. We haven't raised our prices since I've known about it, and they spend about $100. They save their books, they save their money to buy books to take home, and then they have this resource. Oh my goodness, I have a lot more to say, but we do have a bilingual outreach program funded by Spirit Mountain. That was Myra, she spoke, and we have a 6-month grant report is in your packet with the data that we sent to Spirit Mountain about all the results that have already happened. And we started a new program at the Boys and Girls Club in Kennedy, next to Kennedy, to bring them books. And I have some more fun stories, but that'll be another meeting. So thank you. Oh, and this is the most checked out book in our, checked out title in our library. I want you to remember this, that more than half of our books that checked out are children's books. And this is an early reader, the ones that they start, they find a book they love and they want to read. It's called Biscuit Goes to School. All right.
Thank you so much, Barbara. So we have Tom and Gina Pye, come on down, and after them will be Ms. Celine Gonzalez.
Hi.
Is the red light on?
Red light on.
You're on, baby.
I'm on.
But I'm first.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm first. So, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Gina Pye, and we moved to Keizer about 2 years ago. Yeah. And one of the first things I did, because I'm a library lover, is I went and found the library. So I found the one in Salem, and then I found the one in Keizer. And since I don't have a lot of, I'm not good at retirement. I'm new to retirement, so I needed something to do, so I thought I'd volunteer. So I've been lucky enough to volunteer. I am a volunteer. I am now on the board. So they're very gullible, apparently, also. So on behalf of the library, we are asking you to please just support at least the investigation into the possibility of making us a public library. It doesn't cost much to investigate the options. Okay, the Keizer Community Library links past, present, and future. And I firmly believe that. Through the available media and on our on-site computers. In addition to the 6 public computers that we have around the room, we also have a children's computer, which, oh my gosh, kids play all of these games. It's Dora Dora, it's in Spanish, it's in English, it's all kinds of learning, it's games, it's amazing, the children's computer. We have community members and library staff. We offer support, knowledge, and access to the world at large, so they're not confined to just our little facility. I've had the pleasure of reading to the preschoolers, and oh my gosh, it is so fun to see these little kids. Now, granted, I've only done it for a couple of years, but there have been a couple that have gone from reading, from looking at, I should say, picture books to reading real easy reader books and graduating to preschool so that they grow up and they leave our program. And it's so sad, but it's so wonderful at the same time. And they're so proud of themselves. They can find their books, they can read them, they can sing the songs that are in the books, they can play the games. I mean, it's amazing. We have terrific storytellers, way better than I am. The reading skills that they gain at the library contribute to their success throughout their academic lives. The special events that we have in English and Spanish, they contribute to building a sense of community and a sense of belonging, as well as introducing to our patrons, our guests, our children, the community, new skills and crafting options. I mean, I've learned how to do stuff I didn't know how to do. Now, you can't call me artistic, but I'm enthusiastic. The library provides the community with warming and cooling centers as necessary and as time and assets permit, which is huge for a community of any size. Although KCL, well, we've never exceeded our annual budget, but becoming a public library would provide greater resources and accesses which would benefit the entire community. Not necessarily financial assets, but it would take our collection, if you will, which is, I think, what, 96 something % donated, to over 1 million items. And that's huge. I mean, that's a leap that, I don't know how, I'm not good at math, so it's like a huge leap forward if we could become a member of CCRLS. Let's see, so just a reminder that funding doesn't necessarily have to come from the city. It can come from any public entity. That's city, that's state, that's federal, that's grants. It's any public entity. Please consider our options.
Thank you.
So she asked me to come down and share my experience there. I was asked.
Because I made him come and do a sport.
I was asked by one of the volunteers, the invaluable volunteers, to accompany on one of the little crafts I did. And it was a lot of fun. But what was important to me was the children were so comfortable down there and enthusiastic. I mean, they were home, right? When they were down there, and they put together these crafts at incredible speed. They'd put these things together. And then they'd finish them up, and like as not, they'd say, hey, and they'd run into the library to go grab a book. And I thought, well, that's about perfect, isn't it? Okay, we're getting them someplace they're comfortable, they're doing something that's fun, and then they're going and getting a book. I'm not going to, talk about politics or something, but our state budgets or county budgets. But good heavens, is there a better use of the money than to invest it in having the children comfortable and getting their reading skills up?
And all ages.
And adults of all ages, including those. I didn't know you had so many computers. I was 45 years in Silicon Valley, so it's news to me. Okay, good for you. Okay, anyway, I'm done. That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much. So, Ms. Aline Gonzalez, still here? Okay, let's go to Michael Hickman. And after Michael will be Graciela Jaime Castro.
Hi, I'm Michael Hickman. I've lived in Keizer over 20 years, and I've been volunteering for the majority of that in various city and community boards and committees. Spent 9 years on the Keizer Community Library Board. So I love this city, and I've been doing everything, not everything probably, but I've been doing a lot to try and help keep this city great and help it grow. But when I'm telling people about my town, it's kind of embarrassing to say, we don't have a library. We don't have a city library. And people who, I'm defending my town, but I don't know how to defend that. So I urge all of you to please consider all of your options and just do what you can to help move Keizer Community Library along to a city library. That's it.
Thank you. Is Graciela Jaime Castro still here? Okay. Daisy Hickman?
Hi, I'm Daisy Santana Hickman. You just heard from my husband. I've been in Keizer about the same amount of time. We have figured out that we're probably the oldest continuous volunteers for the Keizer Community Library. So we've got a lot invested in this. There has been talk of, we've been trying to get a public library for some time. And things are different now than they were 20 years ago. Previously, the arguments that I had heard were, oh, well, you can just go down to Borders and get a book. Well, you can't do that anymore, even if you could afford to buy books. Also, oh, just take the bus down to Salem Public Library, which looks like that might not be something viable. And it's not viable for lots of other reasons for other people, but even with that. I hear, and we hear a lot about the literacy and about children and how important it is and so I'm not going to expand upon that because that's just hearing things over and over again. But the library does so much more. It's not just books. We hear a lot about how people feel disenfranchised. And the library is one of those places where we can enfranchise people. I don't know that that's a word, but if disenfranchise is a word, then enfranchise must be. Just tonight, because we came straight from volunteering to here, there were a couple people there tonight who are regulars who are houseless. And they come in and it's a place for them to be. And I'm sure our chief of police can attest that idle hands are the devil's handwork. So it gives them a place to be where they can feel safe, where they can feel seen as people. That's one of the things that's really difficult when you're houseless is that you're not seen as a person. People walk past you, people won't meet your eye. We also heard about people, earlier tonight, we heard about a halfway house. We've had people come in trying to stay clean. We've had people come in from Samanka House trying to look for resources. We give so much more than just books. There's the programming. Tonight, I heard from not one, but two different people that when they moved to Keizer, or when they came to Keizer, the library was the first place that they came to see about finding community. I've got so much anecdotal evidence of We would have a girl who tutored younger students to, foster our community. The dads of the tutor and the students would end up being like, okay, well, let's go down to AJ's, and they became friends. It's one of the few spaces where you can just be. Nobody's asking you to spend money. Nobody's asking you to do or be anything that you're not. Tonight, we also had a gentleman come in who was a visitor to our town. They were visiting family for the holidays. He had gone back to school and had realized that he did not have his textbook. So we were able to find it online for him. And so we're able to find resources. Now, he's not a Keizerite, but he might be. So that's what I got, and I've got just 45 minutes left, or seconds left. I'll fill up 45 minutes, you know me.
Yes, you could.
Anything, any questions?
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Patricia Myers, and then John Goodyear. Is Patricia still here?
No, she had
Okay. Mr. Goodyear, and then batting cleanup is BJ.
Madam Mayor, councilors, city staff, thanks. I'm John Goodyear. I'm the former executive director of Temecula Cooperative Regional Library Service. Took me quite a while before that rolled off my tongue. And I'm also the former treasurer of the Keizer Community Library. I moved here from Multnomah County to CCRLS about 15 years ago. I was very disappointed then to hear that our district contained the largest incorporated city in the country without a public library. I learned the backstory and found out why this was so. I've heard repeatedly that it was due to a lack of resources to afford a library, that only essential services are provided. But it appears to me it's not really a lack of resources, but rather a lack of will and prioritization. There are plenty of resources to install a lit soccer field in Keizer Rapids Park that's going to need major upgrades every 10 years. And I don't know why that's an essential service and a library is not. The recent volunteers at Keizer Community Library have done the heavy lifting to bring this library to professional standards with minimal support from the city. And it's kind of a gift to the city to make this a public library. The work's been done, it's ready to go. And I think it's time for the city to step forward, recognize the need to support this effort, put some value on the intellectual development of its residents, and name the Keizer Community Library as the public library of Keizer. Start the process and we can work and build. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
I know that's a trick chair. I'm not sitting there. What's on? Okay. Madam Mayor, city councilors, staff who have sat here so patiently listening. My name is BJ Toey. I have been a resident of Keizer for 40 years. For 36 of those 40 years, Keizer residents have been sending the city council a message, and it really hasn't been very subtle. Keizer needs a public library. For 36 years, volunteers have been donating their time collecting books from friends and neighbors and organizing them so that Keizer residents have local access to reading material. For 36 years, volunteers, including some dedicated folks from Salem who were here tonight, have understood the importance of children having books that will help them build the necessary early literacy skills so that they can not only learn to read, but as importantly, learn to love reading. Now, the Keizer Library Board is facing a reality that you actually haven't heard about tonight, and it's the fact that our current budget will keep the doors open only sometime into 2026. Now is the time to make Keizer Community Library a public library. Now's the time for you to make a small annual investment to make this long-held dream a reality, to keep the doors of our library open. $30,000 can buy so much. That matching amount can make it possible for all Keizer residents to continue to have access to thousands of wonderful books to read, most importantly, for our children to read. The Oregon Department of Education has just released the test scores for third grade children who can read proficiently. Salem Keizer student scores have dropped. Only 24% of our district third graders are able to read proficiently at grade level. It's down 2% from last year. Almost 10% of Keizerites live in poverty. Their children are likely living with no books in their homes. That's why the library is so important. We offer a summer reading club. You've heard all about that with our activities. We offer a winter reading club and have for several years that provides incentives to keep kids reading for fun. We offer programs throughout the school year. On any day that the school has a holiday, we have a program. Homeschooling families rely on the library to augment their children's access to a wide variety of books at every reading level. Children's books account for 56% of our circulation. Keizer Community Library is a local and easily accessed resource for families who don't have to navigate down through Salem traffic or take the bus to go to Salem Public Library to find material for their kids. And now with Salem's $17.7 million shortfall, one of the things that's potentially on the chopping block is Salem Public Library. That would make Keizer the only resource within 14 miles for our residents. As our city councilors, it's up to you to decide what kind of community Keizer is going to be in the future. It's up to you to create the legacy for yourself, one that demonstrates not only the importance of outdoor spaces where children develop healthy bodies, but a secure, safe, welcoming space where children can develop healthy minds. Your legacy can be to create a public library for every Keizer resident. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are any remaining questions, I'd be happy to try to field them.
So we've got two absolute ringers here with John Goodyear and BJ Toey. Do you have questions at this point? So stand by, we might. But thank you very much. Thank you, BJ. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council on this before we put a motion on the table and have a conversation about this issue? Council President Starr, do you want to put the motion on the table for us to deliberate?
I move to direct staff to bring back a resolution of support for the city to acknowledge the Keizer Community Library as the community's library in order to apply for public library status with the State Library Association.
Second.
Find the language. Thank you. It's moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council direct staff to bring back a resolution of support for the city to acknowledge the Keizer Community Library as the community's library in order to apply for public library status with the State Library Association. Discussion. I've got a couple of things I just want to mention for the record. In that resolution or let me back up. So I heard in the discussion earlier that we're talking about either a resolution or research and recommendation. And in that research and recommendation, can we make sure that we are really clear on what obligations would come with that public status? I think it would be very important to know, as the state library is looking at that, what the expectations will be. And I asked some of those questions earlier. And then what I'll also be looking for in something coming back from the staff will be realistic sustained funding. 2 years ago, we had a great deal of conversation about how much is it going to take to keep our Keizer Community Library as a public library operating. There was different numbers and so forth. So working with our community library to make sure we're really clear on that number or those numbers or the range That would be very helpful to inform the community what we're talking about. We don't want that confusion again. It didn't help 2 years ago, and I don't think it would help the conversation now. Lastly, I want to say thank you to absolutely everybody who came out tonight to share. 2.5 years ago, our chambers were full. People were here talking about the benefits of public libraries. And I 100% support public libraries. As a kid, I spent a great deal of time there, and I needed them as a homeschooler for my kids too. I want to make sure that we tee this up, whatever comes back for us to discuss, that we tee up for success. We've made progress with the community, but clearly we've got a way to go. The supporters are here, but there's other people in the community who need to hear what the benefit is for the community. And I would encourage us as a council to make sure we really tee this up for success going into another iteration. So we don't have voters coming back going, well, you didn't listen to us. And that's one of my concerns, is that there'll be a pushback that you didn't hear us. So I want to make sure we hear the questions and are able to address them through this next step in the process. So that's my 1.5 cents worth, and I'll stop there. Anything from anyone else? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Oh, thank you. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume with the rest of our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope that I'm saying this right. Mr. Lindsay, I'd like to make a motion that anything non-essential be moved to the next city council meeting.
And just for clarification, I assume that's just because if there
Because of
isn't
the
a
late hour.
Okay, yeah, if there isn't a timeliness to whatever matters.
Yes.
Would it be helpful, I guess, to hear from staff?
Yes.
As to which ones they think are essential and not essential at that point?
So, I appreciate the thought, and, can
Second.
we do this by consensus?
Yeah.
And ask the staff to help us parse through this?
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's a motion and second, can we do it by consensus? Does anybody object to, having staff run through the agenda and mark those items? All right, we are agreed. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Both of the fee waivers are not timely. They could be handled at the December meeting. They're also, wouldn't take very long either, but probably the longest thing on the, also the municipal judge evaluation could also be bumped. The FEMA floodplain issue is the one that would probably consume the most time. And I talked with Mr. Witham, and he would be willing to make that presentation at the December meeting. And the only thing you should just know is it would go to the default position, which is what the Planning Commission has recommended and what we were going to recommend anyway, is just, so it really wouldn't change anything. And you can hear that in December. And yeah, and it looks like Mr. Witham wants to add to that.
Just the one thing to clarify, the recommendation, and Mr. Lawyer in the committee report spoke to this. My plan is to actually send an email from the city to FEMA indicating to them that we will be moving into that permit by permit process. So that would be the only little nuance there is, and Councilor Duran could speak to this, he was at the Planning Commission. Communication with FEMA has kind of been identified as a kind of a key element as we walk through this weird interim process. So that's the only little caveat. I don't want to be viewed as being out of pocket by doing something that's not, that council's okay with. But Mr. Brown is correct that even if we say nothing, FEMA has said you're permit by permit at that point. So that's all.
And the only thing I would ask that we spend just a little bit of time on under other business is the solid waste haulers, because they've been here, waited through this, and it will save us time at the next meeting.
And I believe we also, microphone, need to look at F, since that's going to be related to the next meeting as well.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay, 8F. And then the consent calendar will be simple to take care of. Okay, so I think we're down to, because they're here. Let's go to, we're doing this ad hoc tonight anyway, so why not? Let's go to the rolling franchise issue, and then we'll circle back on 8F, take care of the consent calendar, and call it a night. Any objection?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just need to say for the record that I will be recusing myself from this discussion because of my husband working for Lawrence Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Councilor Cross. Your recusal is noted for the record. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I want to report to you, when I talked to you last time about this issue, I was operating either misunderstanding or operating on incorrect information. Because I had stated that it was the hauler's desire to move to a fixed 10-year contract. And like I said, that was either misunderstood on my part or incorrect information. But regardless, I've been talking with the haulers, and there's a reason that we haven't done this before. It's because it's worked. And we have great partners in Lawrence and Valley, Mid-Valley. And so I have no heartburn about not holding the public hearing and allowing it to just proceed in the rolling contract.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the recommendation? Council President Starr?
No, ma'am, I just have a motion.
Move away.
I move that the Keizer City Council not hold a public hearing to consider moving to a fixed 10-year contract and allow the rolling 10-year contract to continue.
Second?
I need the language.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council not hold a public hearing to consider moving to a fixed 10-year contract and allow the rolling 10-year contract to continue. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you.
And that is why.
Motion passes unanimously with one abstention, that's Counselor Cross. All right, thank you very much. So you guys can head home.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in there. All right, let's then go to, let's back it up to item 8F, which is a discussion regarding council rules of procedure, section 17.5, parens D, relating to questions for upcoming city councilor candidate presentations. Ms. Bissett, is this you? Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Or tag team?
Right. We just wanted to clarify, the council had directed staff to give the questions that were used the last time a counselor was appointed. So those are the questions you received. You're not obligated to use them. They will come from you. If you have a question, submit it to the city recorder. And how it works is that we give the questions to the candidates and they prepare a response and they can choose to answer your questions or they can choose to ignore them. But your process is that you give them questions and then they present to you and there's actually not a back and forth and the recorder and the attorney can answer any questions about that, but that's my understanding of the process. So I just want to make sure everybody understood. If you have questions, get them to the city recorder. You don't have to use the questions that we sent out to you. That was just at your request.
Right. Yeah, we asked that the ones that we used in 21, put them back out in case there were ones that people did not want to use, did like to use, if any additions or changes. I finally did respond, sorry, it dropped below my little screen, that I was fine with the list as it is. So anybody have any changes or use the list as it is? Feedback, Council President Starr?
Madam Mayor, I suggest we just use the ones that we used last time.
Any objection? No objection, so let's go ahead and use, oh, there was a question, Councilor Cross.
I have a question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So are we still, because when I read that email, it said, as long as we submit a question, because I hadn't really decided on one a week before, so I still have time to give you another question. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with these questions, but if I came up with another question, I could still send it in to get added to the list.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point, we'll use that list. If somebody has a flash of inspiration in the middle of the night with a burning question that you want to make sure our candidates address, please get that to Ms. Bissett. And what is the deadline?
I'll be sending the questions to the candidates a week from Monday, so the 25th.
Okay, so that's the hard and fast deadline. And the application window has closed, is that correct?
Yes, it closed at 5 p.m. today.
And how many?
There are 3 applicants.
3 applicants, okay. Thank you very much. And do we announce who they are, or I don't remember if we can do that. I think we can, it's public. The candidates are?
We have Lori Christopher and Tammy Kunz and Julie Ray Joy.
Okay, thank you very much. All righty. That takes care of F. Council President Starr, would you please read the items on tonight's consent calendar?
The items on the consent calendar are item A, resolution declaring the city's intent to initiate a street lighting local improvement district for Clear Lake Commons and directing the city engineer to make a survey and file a written report with the city recorder. Item B, approval of the November 4th, 2024 regular session minutes.
Thank you very much. Are there any polls? Seeing none? Council President Starr.
I move that the Keizer City Council adopt the consent calendar as read.
Second?
The consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Staff updates. Mr. Brown,
I have no updates for the council.
Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Wood?
Nothing here, thank you.
Ms. Bissett?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Chief?
A lot of really cool things I will say next week.
Okay.
I mean, nobody will be here, but next week it'll be great.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. I'll say it next week, record
Okay.
it, and then.
Mr. Lawyer?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Witham?
I had a thing a couple hours ago, but it passed. So we'll wait till next meeting.
All right. We got the main thing done there, or we didn't actually. Mr. Lindsay?
Oh, thank you. Nothing for me except a happy holidays, Thanksgiving.
All right. Thank you very much. Council, Councilor Cross, anything burning to share?
No, I don't think so. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Councilor Duran?
I have nothing.
Council President Starr?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have received a few questions about the Ziply fiber work, Mr. Lawyer. And I know you knew this was coming. How is that going? What would you like, is there anything you would like to tell me about that?
Well, my staff's extremely frustrated. Ziply is in town installing their own fiber network to provide internet services to those citizens in Keizer that want to get them from Ziply. They're a new company. As I say, they are building their own backbone network throughout the city. They're working in various locations. They have multiple crews and more coming. They're all from out of town. They're all subcontractors under a subcontractor, under a sub. Communication is difficult. We've got contact people with Ziply. We've got contact names with their general contractors, some of the contractors, some of the subcontractors. It's just been very difficult. They're working in a lot of places. They're damaging things as they go. We knew this was going to happen. That part's not a surprise. There's the people doing the work, the subcontractors aren't communicating with our citizens as well as we'd like. That's a challenge, to the point where they'll cut their cable that's feeding their internet and TV to their house and not tell them.
Ooh, happened.
They'll shut the water off because they damaged their water line and not tell them. Shut the water off so they can fix it and not tell them. We're on them as much as we can be. We're limited in what we can do because they're not working for us. We don't have to really issue any permits other than the right to work in the right-of-way permit. We really don't have too many options other than to not issue right-of-way permits, rescind their right-of-way permits. Other than that, we've never done this before, okay? Those are about the only two things that, from the staff standpoint, that we can do. We're working hard on the communication piece, trying to get some good contacts with Ziply. The challenge there is Ziply's hands are somewhat tied because it's their general contractors, subcontractors that are doing the work.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Lawyer, what would be helpful for you and your staff in order to provide, shall we say, the motivation for Ziply to ensure that their subcontractors are doing good work and providing appropriate and responsible communication with the residents of our city? Because I don't necessarily enjoy hearing about, I mean, I want to hear from our residents, but I don't like that our residents are being inconvenienced. So I'm happy to request that, I don't know, that we give them a I don't know if there's a warning that we can give them that this is now risen to the level and been brought forward to the city council, and I am not happy about it.
I think, well, ultimately, what could be done is to rescind their franchise agreement. That means you can't have your facilities in our city. Get out. Never been done before in this town. I've never been involved with that, but that's the ultimate penalty, if you will, or the ultimate action. We could contact Ziply. I could contact the people I have communication with Ziply and let them know that is being considered. That's kind of a veiled threat, if you will, or it could be point blank, and that would be the council's direction to me or to Adam and then to me to tell Ziply flat out, get your act together or we're going to rescind your franchise agreement.
So
now, that's a pretty strong position.
Okay.
There is a lighter position with I would say somewhat of a veiled threat that it's being considered if you don't get this resolved. It's being considered, and if it's not resolved, this may end up happening. I'm happy to do that.
Unfortunately for Ziply, it's 10:25, and I'm not interested in thinly veiled threats. So I'm happy if we want to just let them know that it's going to be monitored, and then I'm happy to work with Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Brown on what needs to happen, because this isn't okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it really isn't.
I understand.
Treating our residents and their property like this, not happy. And so, in my opinion, Ziply needs to be put on notice.
Okay, I can do that. And just so it's clear for those watching and for the council, Ziply is working in either the right-of-way or a public utility easement, okay? While it may be on, quote, private property, there is a public utility easement that exists that gives them the right, the legal right to put their facilities there. So while it's in somebody's yard, they're not doing anything illegal. So I want to make sure everybody understands that dynamic here. If it's not in the right of way, it's in a utility easement and they have the right to be there. So.
But they are doing damage.
They are damaging things,
And that's not okay.
and in a project of this scope, and we knew this going into it, because I asked them point blank, how many crews you're gonna have in town? You're gonna have a lot of work going on. Things are gonna get damaged. You can't put that kind of infrastructure in without having some damage along the way. I mean, I know this. They know this. The challenge is it's happening more than we anticipated. And the biggest problem is the lack of communication between the people doing the work and our residents.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Lindsay.
And when they do destroy things, they're supposed to put it back the way they found it. So, I mean, that's the challenge too, is especially if you get crews that are subs of subs and then they're from out of town. Originally, they had said more like that they were going to have local folks that were going to be working. So I think it became a challenge for them to find a workforce. And I will say this too, because I know in the time that Mr. Lawyer was out, we had sort of strategized that we would offer less ongoing permits so that it was a smaller contained sort of, because initially they wanted to have like 200 permits or something like that across town. And so I believe it's down to a scope of about 40 permits.
Yeah, something like that.
So I mean, we have sort of tried to give them an opportunity to get better.
They submitted a bunch of permits for various areas in the city. We reviewed them and approved them. And then they came back and said, well, we really want these permits because we really want to work here. And we said, that's really too bad. You've got all these other ones to work, areas to work on. Go work there first. So we did dial that back quite considerably over the last few weeks, about a month or so.
Well, I'll go to Councilor Duran, but I will have one comment. We have a standard by which public infrastructure projects are done. And Mr. Lawyer, you and your team have set a bar that's very high for customer service and consideration for the property owners. I've seen it time and time again, how you and your team handle these and work with the residents, and that is our expectation. And if you want to pass that along, or I'm happy to share that as well, we know how these are supposed to be done. We know what a large project looks like when the school district put in their their lines, and there were issues and so forth, and there was an expectation of a rapid response to damage and getting it fixed. So we do have a precedent, we do have protocols that are in place, and that is the level of service that we as Keizer and as Keizer staff expect in our community.
Absolutely.
So let's communicate that.
Absolutely.
Councilor Duran.
Mr. Laurier, is there, if we have a problem with them after they get this all in and they have not completed or satisfactorily taken care of our citizens, is there a way, can we rescind their permits at that time for usage? Or can they just keep going and?
I honestly don't know. We could rescind their work in their right-of-way permits. In other words, the permits that allow them to put facilities in the ground. We could do that. And we've kind of done that in another way by not giving them other permits. They go work where you've already have permits. And I will say this, they have been pretty good about following our, I won't say direction, I'll say strong encouragement that no, you finish this neighborhood before you move on. You stay here and you finish all the issues here before you move on to the next neighborhood. They have been good about that. So to my knowledge, when they have finished an area, they have taken care of the problems before they leave. So that's a good thing.
Okay, because I've seen and I've heard of incidents in the past where they've run through sewer lines or things that don't get noticed right away.
You're right.
And so if we come back on them and say, you've caused so many of these incidences,
I think
we're not letting you continue.
I think given the way they're installing their facilities, very shallow, maybe 18 inches deep, we're gonna know about the damage now. There's not gonna be any hidden damage that's gonna show up later. I shouldn't say there won't be any, there may be some, but it's gonna be minimal because.
Stuff that you see right away.
Exactly, so.
Good question. All right. Is that sufficient guidance at this point? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing that up. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things. On November 6th, I was able to go with some representatives of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and donate, present a $100,000 check for beds and frames at Salem for Refugees. So that was a pretty neat thing to be able to go do and say, and it wasn't a big check, it was just a little one with a lot of numbers on it, a lot of zeros on it. So that was really a lot of fun to do. I spent my birthday at the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association meeting, and some of the other meetings everybody else went to on the 15th. I paid my property taxes for you, Tim, and attended Keizer United today and got kicked out of the building.
I'm gonna let that just sit there too. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was able to attend the Ruby Bridges Walk to School thing at at Forest Ridge Elementary last week. And that, I've been to that for the past, I think, 3 years at Forest Ridge, and it was a full-on school thing this time. It wasn't just a few people meeting one place and going. It was a full-on school event. Started with an assembly. The whole school walked around the block, and that's what I understand happened at some of the other schools too. But it's really exciting to see that grow and be impressive for the neighborhoods and for our understanding of that issue. I also went to the McNary area orchestra concert, which included all the elementary and middle and high schools orchestras in the area, and that was pretty fantastic. And then the McNary Bazaar that is happening this Saturday. Super excited about that. It is a wonderful craft plus sort of situation, and again, we've been many years, and it's a lot of fun. So. Other than that, I've been going to all my stuff, and really lots of interesting things happening around. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Youth Councilor Lottie Farrar.
Well, Councilor Reed stole some of my
Oh,
points,
sorry.
but for the stuff that she didn't steal, it happens. We have our winter sports tryouts happening this week. We have girls and boys basketball, swimming, and wrestling. Our theater put on our show Trap and had our closing night last Saturday, and can't lie, the show was great. I got to go out and watch. It was really amazing. And I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah.
Living History Day was a huge
Oh,
success.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Living History was a huge success. The veterans enjoyed it from what I heard, and they had a good time.
I hear from a number of them that they always do. They just find it a wonderful opportunity to share with young people about what it has been like for them to serve and to keep the memories, but also make history come alive for the next generation. So then they can say, I talked to, and it changes everything. So thank you for that. Just a couple things to add. Went to the community, CBEL, Community Business Education Leaders. It was a presentation by folks with the neighborhood family councils. The superintendent for schools was there. Talking at the Salem Housing Authority. It was a fantastically powerful panel, and got a chance to really hear from across the board what is impacting families in our community, both with problems, but also with opportunities and successes. So thank you to Catholic Community Services and CBEL for putting on these presentations, but also the work for the neighborhood family councils. I joined with Councilor Cross and the city manager, Adam Brown, for Leadership Keizer, the city day. So thank you for both of you for being part of that presentation for the second cohort. Expo Negocios. So that was here on November 14th, and that was a huge success. The entire conference event center was full. They maxed out on the vendor space. They had over 330 attendees and lots of great resources here. One of the ones that I really appreciated was they had folks from the state to help businesses sign up in Oregon Buys, and if they qualify to also get online and register under COBID, which is the Certification Office for Business and Inclusion and Diversity. So congratulations to Latino Business Alliance on a very successful Expo Negocio. Want to thank everybody who came as part of the Keizer birthday and display out here. That's in the living room. I was at the Siletz Tribal Council dinner with Chair Pigsley and the Siletz Tribal Council for the Restoration Powwow. It was a wonderful event and a great opportunity to hear the work that they continue to do to grow and restore the lands, the rights, and the culture of the Siletz tribal nation. So thank you for that, being invited to be part of that. Lastly, I want to leave you with this. I was invited by Dick Withnell to join him at the Salem Chamber today, and they had a presentation that was about the fentanyl-free Oregon. So I'm going to leave these here. We can also have them available for folks to pick up. This is a full-on effort to get the word out into the community about the dangers of fentanyl, what's going on to try to get, well, it's too late to get ahead of it, but to get on top of it, get the word out in the community. Last week, I had the opportunity to film a segment as part of the video outreach with Chief Copeland. Thank you so much for doing that down at CCTV. We've got to get the word out, fentanylfreeoregon.org. Fentanyl's deadly. We've got to get after it, especially to our young people who oftentimes don't appreciate the, I'm just going to try it, or it's not going to affect me. Bad idea, and yes, it will. So we'll leave these here, and please encourage people to learn more at Fentanyl Free Oregon. That's pretty much all I've got. We'll have community dinner on the 27th, which will be for Thanksgiving dinner for folks. And I just want to encourage any of you that wants to go to the Oregon Leadership Summit to please let Ms. Bissett know, and that's on December 9th. For agenda input, we've got on December 2nd at 5:30, we will have our special session to interview the candidates for city council and make an appointment or make a selection. And then at the 7 p.m. regular session, the successful candidate will be sworn in, and we will meet in regular session. December 16th, 7 p.m., regular session, and then January 6th, 2024, 7 p.m., we'll have our regular session where we swear in the incoming city council members. Congratulations to Councilor-elect Marlene Parsons for position number 1. That is all we have. Anything else? The time is 10:36. We are adjourned.